If you've ever woken up at 4:45 in the morning and immediately checked to see if your bet has cashed, you'd be me this morning. But also go ahead and hit that like and subscribe button, folks. We are back for a Friday. We are going to close out a week here. Today is September 19th. This is the Benzinga PreMarket Playbook September 19th edition. Got a lot of stuff to go through here today. We've obviously got some news, as we always do. FedEx reported their earnings last night. I'm sure we'll talk about that. We have Mark Putrino today. We have Anne-Marie today. And we have another special guest on top of that, Microcap CEO, coming in here today. So we got a lot to do. We're going to get to it. Glad you folks are all awake bright and early for Friday, September 19th. Benzinga's PreMarket Playbook starts right now. Good morning and welcome back, folks. And that's a really good sign. The video assets are working, and so too is the chat overlay. So we get to do a proper good morning to y'all folks out there in the internet land. Francis is first here today. Way to go, Francis. Good morning. It's good to see you again. EKS, good morning. FedEx plus 4.16% earnings provides full year outlook. Indeed, they're trading up here. UPS up in sympathy with that. I'm sure we'll take a look here at FedEx today. Catherine, good morning. Welcome back. Sun-Kissed Yogi, good morning. Welcome back. Crimp Biscuit, welcome back. Mark, good to see you again. Welcome back. Marty, okay, it's Saturday. I've got 2 glazed donuts, 6 chocolate-dipped macaroons, and iced coffee with no sugar. That's good. And I am ready. Marty, you must be in Australia. If it is Saturday, you must be in the future in Australia. Impressive that you're able to trade the U.S. market on those hours. Nonetheless, good morning or afternoon or whatever time it is in the future for you there. Thanks for joining us here today. Big Dave, good morning. Welcome back. We are going to make some money here today. AE, good to see you. Welcome back. Candace, likewise. Neville, welcome back. Mama Bear, good morning and welcome back. Jay Grant, welcome back. JB Slice, welcome back. Dara, it's good to see you. Seahorse Trading, welcome back. Chuck, locked in as always. Marty, yesterday someone thought it was Friday, so you're playing. I got it. Nonetheless, welcome back. Glass half full, good morning. Welcome back. Is it a green or a red day? I'll tell you what, futures were mixed when I woke up. They're all flattish right now, but they're all leaning to the green side. So I don't know if that's a harbinger of what's to come here today. We do have a Trump-Xi meeting, so we'll see what comes out of that. But we'll see. I would guess here green, and I would say next week might be when we start the red, but who knows? ATL Russ, locked in. Good to see you again. Welcome back, buddy. Tyler, good morning. Go Bills. Indeed. I missed the end of the game. I was just too tired. Nice to see the Bills win that. There was never any doubt for me, frankly. At least it was a good game. At least it wasn't 40-3 and just boring at the end of the first quarter. So we'll take that. Day Trader, good morning. Folks, I screwed up yesterday. Day Trader has made us something for these Bitcoin treasuries. And I teased it yesterday and then didn't give it out. That will not be the case today. I will be giving that out in a little bit here when the regular session opens. Day Trader, thank you for all your work and then sharing it with the group. That's the exact type of stuff that we want around here. So much appreciated, buddy. Solitary Soldier, good morning. Brim for Breakfast, good morning. Lambo Rolls, JJ, good morning and welcome back. Brian, good morning, welcome back. Indiana Jones, I love that name. Good morning, welcome back. Durkus, it's good to see you again. Tom, JL, and Yusef, good morning. Bernhard, welcome back. Just passing through is locked in. Paul, good morning, Paul. Good triple witching morning. That's right. Thank you, Paul. Today is triple witching day. Not sure what that's going to do for everything. Probably some volatility, but good morning nonetheless. Shanlu Trading, good morning. Dan Nick, good morning. Wiss, welcome back. Ryan, good morning. My 10-year-old son said good morning as well. He listens before school. That kid is going places. Start him early, they say, but instead of starting him early on cigarettes, start him early on financial literacy because that will pay dividends for the rest of your life. Please tell your 10-year-old son, I don't know his name, but please tell your 10-year-old son, good morning from me and the rest of the group. and have a good Friday at school here today. Ha ha ha. Good morning. You can't get better than laughter as your YouTube hand or as your Twitter handle. So we'll take that. Good morning. His name is Wyatt. Wyatt, good morning. Have a great Friday at school. Zoo, good morning. Ed, good morning. Yes, that girl. Yes, that girl in parentheses. Good morning. Fun Hunman. Fun human. Ryan, you just got to read English. Anyway, Fun human. Good morning. I never say hi, but I will. That's okay. You're welcome to lurk, but hi and good morning. We're glad you're here nonetheless. Okay, let's go ahead and start with our stock market today. All right, futures flattish here today, but actually leaning to the green side. S&P futures this morning up 0.13%, Dow futures up 0.08%, and the tech NASDAQ futures up 0.15%. It's worth noting that it was actually lower when the pre-market first opened here today. We are up off of those lows here today. Let's take a look at some cues from the last session. Most sectors of the S&P 500 closed positive on Thursday, with information technology, industrials, and communication services stocks recording the biggest gains. However, consumer staples and consumer discretionary stocks bucked the trend, and they closed the session lower. The broad advance sent U.S. stocks higher, with the NASDAQ composite gaining more than 200 points a day after the Federal Reserve cut rates by 25 basis points and signaled that there is more easing ahead. Tech stocks led the charge. Intel skyrocketed 23% after NVIDIA pledged a $5 billion investment to co-develop PC and data center chips. CrowdStrike Holdings, ticker CRWD, also rallied around 13% after unveiling long-term AI initiatives and revenue targets, forecasting annual recurring revenue growth above 20% by fiscal 2027. On the economic front, U.S. initial jobless claims declined by 33,000 from the previous week to 231,000 in the second week of September. That compared to market estimates of 240,000. Meanwhile, the Philadelphia Fed Manufacturing Index rose 23.2 in September, recording its highest level since January and a significant jump from the minus 0.3 in August. Looking ahead to today, investors are awaiting a phone call between President Trump and President Xi Jinping, scheduled for later today after China banned its major tech firms from purchasing NVIDIA chips. And NVIDIA announced an investment in Intel. A framework for a TikTok deal will also be discussed between the two leaders. That was confirmed by Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. Now, the 10-year bond, that yielded 4.12% and has actually ticked a little bit higher here this morning. We were hoping that that might stay under 4%. It pretty much got down to 4% and hasn't broken that yet. It is ticking up off that level. We'll keep an eye on that. 2-year bond also yielded 3.57%. All right, let's go back to the chart here in Benzinga Pro. We'll take a peek at the SPY, see where we are. We did set a new all-time high yesterday. We actually set the all-time high right after that bounce after the open. It is worth noting that we were higher in the pre-market, but that doesn't count for these candles here. That high in the pre-market was 665.10, and the all-time high that we're going to be looking at today is 664.89. So 21 cents difference between the intraday high and the pre-market high. That's absolutely going to be one of our upside levels today. One of the other things that we want to take notice of is whether or not we stay inside this sideways formation. Once we kind of broke out of the last sideways formation where we were testing the 20-day and then moving back up to the high end of the range, once we broke out of that, it seems that we melted a little bit higher and then the market kind of sat in this sideways area here. So we'll see if that gets broken, or rather which direction that gets broken. Do we break out from this and take another leg higher, or do we maybe start to pull back at all and reset some of this move. It is worth noting that the RSI here is 69.6. So although we are entering overbought territory, if we back out here a little bit, a little to see a little bit more history, excuse me. If we take a look at the RSI, you can see that even when it goes to overbought, sometimes it stays there for multiple sessions. So I don't think that opening up a short position based solely on the fact that we are continuing to stay at highs and now have a high RSI, I don't necessarily think that's enough. We're going to be looking for some other indicators to tell us that maybe the short-term top is in and a short trade is appropriate. Now, let's also take a look at some insights here from analysts. In a recent market commentary, Scott Wren, senior global market strategist at Wells Fargo Investment Institute, drew parallels between the current AI-driven market rally and the dot-com bubble in the late 1990s while highlighting crucial differences that shape his current outlook. This is, again, fantastic because this is exactly what our happy hour crew did last night. In fact, this week's been great because we've had a lot of people that have varying opinions, and they've kind of been going back and forth at that. Nothing hostile or anything, of course, but going back and forth. And I'll be honest, those discussions I actually think make better traders, put more things on your radar, and really kind of challenges your own implicit bias. It's great to see that professional analysts are doing the exact same thing that we're doing. That tells me that we're in the right spot there. We're absolutely over the target. Wren noted that, like the internet boom, a small group of mega cap stocks tied to world-changing technology is propelling the S&P 500 to record highs. In March of 2000, the information technology and telecom sectors comprised nearly half of the index's capitalization. Today, a similar concentration exists with technology, communication services, and consumer discretionary sectors, all dominated by tech giants, making up over 55% of the S&P 500's total value. However, Wren points to a fundamental distinction. He states that the current mega cap leaders driving the AI boom possess strong revenues, robust cash flows, and solid balance sheets. This contrasts sharply with the dot-com era where many leading companies, quote, were priced on potential future revenues and cash flows rather than current performance, end quote. And this is exactly what we discussed yesterday. The other thing that we discussed, it might be mentioned, I don't think he mentions it here, but the other thing that we discussed as a group is that one of the other stark differences between then and now is that companies aren't using as much leverage. They're not over leveraged. So when things start to go against you, it's the hope is that it's not going to be as much of a race to the exit, and it's not going to be one of those things where selling feeds on top of selling and really starts to accelerate. Now, of course, none of this is for sure, but these are definitely things that we're looking out. Great to see Scott looking for the same things that we are. While believing the AI trend will persist, Wren remains cautious due to a slowing economy and rising inflation, which could negatively impact some sectors. In response, Wells Fargo has maintained its favorable rating on large cap stocks, but has trimmed exposure to areas with high valuations or fundamental weakness. Wren's strategy is to reallocate funds into less expensive AI-related sectors like information technology and industrials. The firm is most optimistic about the financial sector, which is expected to benefit from falling interest rates. Another note there, one of the big things that we all, I think, have been waiting for is maybe a little bit of diversification out of some of the concentration in big cap tech. You folks all know the names, the Mag 7 names and all of that. One of the other things that we've discussed is perhaps when we get more of these IPOs like Anthropic and Databricks, that actually might drag money out of some of these Mag 7 names and into some of the new names. That actually would look like parts of the market are selling off, but at the end of the day, that's just rotation. The other thing is we saw a breakout yesterday, or the makings of a breakout. Maybe it's a triple top in the IWM and some of the small caps. So again, further rotation out of concentration in big cap tech into small cap should benefit a lot of us as investors and should actually set up some pretty good possible wealth moves. Would you rather trade NVIDIA from 170 to 180, or would you rather trade Bloom Energy from 20 to 80? That type of thing. And I think we're going to see some more of that here if things continue along this path. I think that would be great for us. The overall investment goal, Wren explains, is to, quote, keep a favorable view of AI-related trends, but to protect capital by trimming and reallocating selectively, end quote. Does that sound familiar? Sounds like what we've been saying here. Don't be afraid to take your gains. Don't be afraid to put money in your pocket. When we have these big moves up, it's definitely worth it to take some profit. Once you get that cash in your account, they can't take the cash back. The paper assets that you own with the unrealized gain can still go down. So if you're booking some of these, that's probably very prudent for risk management. Meanwhile, JQG Partners echoed a similar narrative, in their latest report, but diverged from the Wells Fargo view, noting that the tech sector no longer represents forward-looking quality due to decelerating revenue growth and increasing competition. Quote, today's market, particularly in the tech sector, exhibits dot-com era overvaluation with lofty multiples, slower earnings growth, and weaker macroeconomic backdrop in our view. End quote. Furthermore, the report pushes back on the perception that today's tech companies are cheaper than their dot-com counterparts, arguing that on a growth-adjusted basis, they're actually more expensive. Data shows that share of the S&P 500 companies trading at more than 10 times sales has already surpassed the 2000 peak, signaling widespread overvaluation. Due to these risks, GQG concludes it sees, quote, better investment opportunities outside of the tech sector, end quote. This view was also echoed by Meb Faber, founder of Cambria Funds on X. His tweet here. In fact, I'll throw this here in case you just want to take a look at any of this or maybe go through the thread. Some great charts in this piece from GQG Partners. This is basically what we talked about with the accompanying chart here, just to kind of show you what's going on. All right, let's talk a little bit about FedEx. You know what we'll do is we'll actually start with the chart here. Let's go back to Pro, pull up FedEx. This is what we're looking at here. FedEx 228. This is actually only up by 0.6% here. Look at that. So you had a nice little pop on an earnings beat yesterday. Looks like we're giving a lot of that back, almost round tripped this entire thing. One of the things for a trade that I'll be looking at here right out of the open, does this come back to about flat and then maybe bounce from this area? If it breaks down from this area, maybe we'll have a trade to the downside here. When we take a look at the daily chart, the picture becomes a little bit more clear. One of the things that we had done yesterday post-report is we actually popped above several of these moving averages. I think it went right to the 200, right? Look at that. 244 was the impulse move high on that very first impulse move when the data was released. This stock went right to the 200. It went right to 240. Now, I understand it took a little leg higher there in the after hours, then pulled back, and obviously it's pulling back more here today. But this 200 day, this absolutely represents a target if we can get any type of firm upside action here, ticker FDX, FedEx. The other thing is that where the price has pulled back to now, we're basically flirting with the 20-day and the 50-day. The 20-day is 228.17, the 50-day is 228.81, and the current price right now is smack dab in the middle there, 228.50. So these are going to be our important levels without a doubt here today. I want to see how much volume FedEx has around the opening print as well. And we'll see if there's actually a trade for us here. Again, ticker FDX. All right. A logistics company, FedEx, is aiming to make the most of the large volumes of data it generates every day, with CEO Raj Subramanian, calling the company's logistics data set one of the most valuable in the world. Speaking on the company's fiscal first quarter earnings call, Subramanian said, "We moved 17 million packages through our network daily, generating 2 petabytes of data and 100 billion transactions across software applications. More importantly," he said, "our position is at the intersection of global commerce, and it gives us an unmatched view of physical supply chain patterns, seasonal demand shifts, and emerging trade corridors." FedEx has been working to build what it calls a, quote, advanced digital twin, end quote, which Subramanian, God, I can't believe I'm screwing up his name, Subramanian described as, quote, an intelligent system that anticipates disruptions, provides optimized route information in real time, and creates predictive customer experiences, end quote. The company believes its extensive operational data is becoming a critical asset in the AI era. Quote, the fuel for AI is data, adding that FedEx has been organizing and engineering its data on a platform basis since 2020. Quote, simply put, FedEx owns one of the richest logistics intelligent assets in the world, end quote. It also is worth noting here, we talk about the Benzinga proprietary rankings that you can get in Edge, QR codes at the top of the screen, or the full-blown scanning capability that you can get with Benzinga Pro. FedEx rates 87.3 on growth and 79.98 on value. Not much momentum now, a little bit lower on the quality scale, but has an intact short and medium-term trend. So let me know if any of you folks are looking to trade FedEx here today, or if there's any type of thought that you have generated from what you saw here with FedEx and how that can maybe go into the rest of the market here. All right, next story here. The White House AI czar David Sachs warns Washington must let U.S. chip makers like NVIDIA sell abroad or risk forfeiting the AI race to Huawei and China. I think there's some back and forth on this. I don't think China's winning this AI race. We hear sometimes that China's ahead in this. They're eating our lunch in this. I don't know if I believe any of that. Even on Rogan's podcast, will often say they're killing us in AI. They're killing us in EV cars. No, they aren't. Nobody really wants to buy a BYD, and when they do buy a BYD, they have buyer's remorse later, and they're probably not going to buy another one. So I'm just not sure how much I believe that. But nonetheless, there's some back and forth going on here, and I think it behooves you to know that. On Thursday, White House AI and crypto czar David Sachs urged Washington to update the export control policies, warning that restricting U.S. companies like NVIDIA from selling chips abroad could hand Chinese companies such as Huawei the advantage for the global race for artificial intelligence dominance. In a post on X, Sachs said that the two developments in China this week underscore that urgency. Huawei unveiled a new AI chip to compete with NVIDIA, and Beijing ordered domestic companies to stop buying certain NVIDIA processors. Quote, taken together, the message is clear. China is not desperate for our chips, end quote. He goes on to say it is producing its own and intends to compete globally in the semiconductor market, end quote. While acknowledging that NVIDIA still holds a substantial lead, he noted Huawei is compensating for weaker chips by clustering them in large networks. He cautioned, quote, excessive bureaucratic delays are a gift for Huawei, which will fill out purchase orders as American companies fill out forms. If you want to go through any of David Sachs's tweets, charts, or anything there, that is a direct link here from the news article that I'm sharing with you. Huawei has disclosed long-term chip plans for the first time, announcing its Ascend AI chips and Kunpeng server processors will follow a one-year release cycle, doubling compute power with each iteration. That report is from Reuters. Rotating chairman Eric Xu also said that the company has developed a proprietary high-bandwidth memory, a technology previously dominated by South Korea's SK Hynix and Samsung Electronics. At the same time, the Cyberspace Administration of China directed major tech firms, including ByteDance and Alibaba, to end testing and orders of NVIDIA's RTX Pro 6000D, a chip specifically designed for China to comply with U.S. restrictions. That was according to the Financial Times. Now, there's some skepticism of this. Again, trying to give you both sides of this and let you make the decision here. Here are some thoughts on this from other Wall Street folks. And I am just as shocked as you folks. The first one here, I agree with Jim Cramer. Producer's probably going to clip that and play it back in my face 9 times on a regular basis. Earlier, CNBC's Mad Money host Jim Cramer criticized Chinese media reports, saying, quote, if their chips were so great, everyone would use them, end quote. And I got to say, I completely agree with this. They can talk a big game. They can say we're going to develop all of this stuff and we're going to catch up. We know that they've been ripping off and stealing intellectual property for decades now. So none of that is surprising. But the reality here, follow the money, folks. No one's buying Huawei chips. They're buying NVIDIA chips. And until that starts to change, and when I talk about change, I mean like real change. I don't mean China saying, all of our companies are going to buy Huawei chips. Okay, cool story, bro. How about the rest of the world? Because they ain't buying Huawei chips. Daniel Newman, CEO of Futurum Group, has similarly called the idea that China can move on without NVIDIA, quote, next level nonsense, end quote. My guy right there. Previously, NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang had called Huawei formidable, though Huawei's own founder, Ren Zhengfei, has admitted that the company still trails U.S. chip technology, and they trail it fairly significantly. So we'll see what this does for NVIDIA. NVIDIA has been pulling back. It is down from its highs, but it is kind of trading sideways a little bit. If we go back to the chart here, we can take a look at that, get the graphical representation of that. This is what I mean. So we're not at all-time highs, but take a look at this. Basically, since the end of July, we've kind of been trading sideways. And even in a couple of days where the stock has actually dipped and maybe broken out of that sideways range, it just recaptured the 50 with the quickness and then got right back in there. It's still kind of riding the 20. We've got the 20 and the 50 literally laying on top of each other right now, and the price is right there with it. So NVIDIA not quite at all-time highs. There doesn't really seem to be any fear in this chart, and that is confirmed by the VIX. Looking at the VIX here today, 1543 print. We basically traded up out of the open a little bit on the VIX, then stayed sideways all day, and we're still in that range here today. Still in that range here today. Benzinga t-shirt idea, I agree with Kramer. I don't know. I don't know how well that one will sell, but it's funny nonetheless. Okay. Let's talk about Apple a little bit. We can actually start with the Apple chart as well. How am I doing on time? Oh, we are doing great here on a Friday. Let's go. Here's what the Apple chart looks like. This has actually been a great trade, really going all the way back to the 215 breakout from the triangle that we talked about here. This thing has continued to march higher and has continued to set higher lows. They had Tim Cook on CNBC this morning talking about the new iPhone and some of the demand that's there. And it's pretty impressive here. Apple up 1.31% in the pre-market. And if we take a look inside at the chart, it looks like it wants to go higher. It actually looks like it wants to take the high from yesterday's pre-market session as well. We'll see if we can break out from this very, very short-term almost double top here. Looks to be about 241, maybe 241 and change. We do have a trend line here. We've been all about our trend lines recently. We have a trend line that originated on January 6th of 2023, and it really draws through some of the lows here. Once we extend past the Liberation Day move down, this trend line, which pretty much acted as support or an indication of the current trend, now represents resistance. So if we end up breaking out from here, 241, if I estimate this, we got a 260 price target here from Apple if it does, in fact, test the bottom end of that trend line. I don't know if that's going to happen, but that's one of the things that we're looking at here. So if you're looking to trade Apple, maybe factor this into whatever type of trade plan you have for that. Let's actually talk about what's going on here. The launch of Apple's iPhone 17 series in China and India on September 19th has seen an enthusiastic response, with the Pro Max model leading the sales. Remember, that's the most expensive one, the one with the highest margins, the one that's going to make Apple look great when they report earnings for this. I'm reporting this to you today. It's 8:30 in the morning on September 19th. Let's see when the next time we get one of these channel checks that says Apple's phone demand is soft. Okay, every time that's happened since I've owned Apple, going all the way back to 2014, it's been a buying opportunity. And until that changes, I'm looking to do the same thing here. The iPhone 17 series witnessed a promising start in China, the world's second largest economy. The Pro Max model, priced at 9,999 yuan or $1,406 onwards, is expected to be the best-selling model in the series. That comes from Reuters, doesn't even come from Apple. On launch day, approximately 300 people queued up outside Apple's flagship store in Beijing. The series redesigned, particularly the orange-colored Pro Max and its longer battery life, were cited as key factors in influencing the purchasing decision. I'm old enough to remember when I made jokes, literally me personally made jokes about Apple's new feature is that it has a new color. Who gives a damn? Well, actually, it looks like some people in China do care about that, with the orange being the most popular. I don't care what the reason is. If you give consumers a reason to upgrade and there is demand behind that, that's going to be good for the company. I don't care if it's an AI live translation in your AirPods or an orange phone. As long as people want to give the company money, that's going to be good. Looks like it is par for the course here with Apple. Meanwhile, in India, the iPhone 17 series launch also attracted large crowds in Mumbai and Delhi, with Apple's retail partners and distributors are boosting sales with cashback, exchange discounts, and extended EMI plans and bundled deals on accessories and wearables for consumers trading in older iPhones. That comes from the Hindustan Times. Analysts expect the iPhone 17 series to give Apple a much-needed year-end lift in China, potentially strengthening its market share and shipments through amid tough competition from Xiaomi and Huawei. Now, one of the big scares going into Apple's earnings reports is, well, how's it going to be in China? How's the demand? How are the sales? How China's the big bugaboo. We're getting some early indications that it's not necessarily going to be bad here. It'll be interesting to see how this plays out. Although Apple shipments fell 6% in the first 8 weeks of Q3, Omdia senior analyst Chu-Li Wan expects iPhone shipments in China to rise 11% year over year in the second half, driving a 5% full year growth for Apple in 2025. Super cycle, anyone? Maybe? Question mark? LOL. The iPhone's demand report is reportedly tracking modestly ahead of iPhone 16. That comes from JP Morgan analyst Samik Chatterjee. This positive reception in China, a key market for Apple, bodes well for the company's overall performance. It's almost like those clouds are starting to part above Apple. Again, we'll see how it shakes out. This positive trend, coupled with Apple's $600 billion investment in U.S. manufacturing, will drive future growth. Over the next 4 years, 79 factories across the country are expected to benefit, triggering a domino effect of growth. That comes from Tim Cook. And again, just kind of commenting on the rankings here, Apple is in a solid short, medium, and long-term trend. It actually does have a fairly decent momentum score, a super high quality score. It does seem like it's maybe a little bit overvalued right now on a PE basis, but again, we'll see. That might not matter if some of these sales numbers are good. All right, folks, it's Friday. Brandy, if you're out there, it's actually Friday today. And no, Mark Putrino's not going anywhere. He's right here, and we're going to bring him on right now and see how he's doing. Mark, happy Friday. How you doing, boss?
I'm doing pretty well. I love this time of year. It's,
Yeah,
the leaves are changing. The weather's nice and cool.
And you're up in the Northeast there. It's got to be beautiful with the color change.
Oh, it's amazing. And it's I live in a city of 100, well, we call it a town, but it's 120,000 people. Across the street from me, there's a 225-acre nature preserve.
Oh, God.
It could be absolute, full peak foliage. Leaves are incredible. I go in there, I could be the only person in there. So it's really cool.
That's amazing. And I bet in the winter, too, when it's all covered in snow, it's like really quiet and peaceful and just probably beautiful looking out there.
Yeah, it is, man. And plus, I get to invoke the leaf rule when I'm playing. So, that could work to your advantage.
You have to tell me what that is.
Well, if you hit the ball into the rough and there's a lot of leaves, you could just say, well, it's here somewhere. So I'm just going to play a new ball and invoke the leaf rule. So.
Ball in hand, drop it, the leaf rule. You just given me a tip. I think we're going to go low. I'm about to go play. I'm going up next week. I'm actually not going to be here. I should tell you this now. I'm not going to be here on Friday next week. You're welcome to join 13 and Kevin if you want. But I will be traveling to Minnesota for one of my coworkers' weddings here. And you guessed it, we're going to play golf. So I might have to use this leaf rule as early as next Friday. All right, Mark, what do you got for us here today? And by the way, folks, if anything that Mark says is interesting to you, please check out his Substack. We put the address right here on the screen. Mark, what do you got for us?
Okay. Can you see my screen? Yes.
Absolutely.
All right. There's been a big shift here. So this is important. I think we're getting really close to a top. Now, the reason why I say that is because, well, if you were to ask me on Tuesday, if I was in really strong bull, like I have been basically since April, I would have said, yeah. But we have this big shift in sentiment here. Now, this thing comes out once a week on Wednesdays. So on Tuesday, I was really bullish. This comes out Wednesday night. The idea with sentiment is if an excessive amount of investors are bullish, that's actually bad for the market. It sounds like it might be good, but it's actually bad because people invest all of their funds. And when the last fund is invested, the market essentially runs out of buyers, and that's when it goes down. The opposite is true on the other side. If people are excessively bearish, the market runs out of sellers and it can only go up. So this was the bottom in April where people were excessively bearish, 62%. Historically, it's 31%. So that's twice the norm.
Okay.
And historically, there's been about 38% bulls. So the numbers aren't at extremes, but the shift was an extreme, a 14% increase in bullishness just shows that people are starting to, get more bullish now. And when this happens, you see articles like this, you know, Magnificent Seven bubble is still growing, room to move ahead. I'm going to start talking about the Santa Claus rally and so forth. That's when it's going to be time to start thinking about preparing for what to do in a down market, because I mean, it's coming. Markets don't go up forever. It's like death and
Right.
taxes. There's going to be a sell off at some point. But I'm just saying now we're starting to get positioned where it could happen, because if the market's running out of buyers, if there's a catalyst that brings in sellers, they're going to have a hard time finding buyers, and they're going to have to be aggressive and knock the price down if they want to get things done.
I got two things I want to add here. First of all, I think you're spot on with this entire analysis from start to finish. One of the other things that we've kind of been talking about is the seasonality effect. And one thing that we have not seen yet is the weakness here in September, which is talked about pretty much all over the place. Now, seasonality is not perfect, and there often can be several week delays in the seasonality effect. So the fact that it looks like, we've got 19 days through September here. People are probably thinking, oh, I've heard so much bad stuff about September, but it really hasn't been that bad. Okay, maybe it's time for me to be bullish. And they flip bullish as per the chart that you just shared us. And then all of a sudden, something that they can't foresee happens. And it spooks people, and that selling kind of builds on each other. If that happens, let's just say, for the sake of example, that happens at some point next week. It's what this is actually going to look like is that we did have a little bit of the delay in the seasonality, but here it comes. And remember, that seasonality normally bottoms in October. So this sell-off, if we do get one here, could last for more than just a day or two.
Yeah. No doubt about it. But anyway, I'm seeing some really interesting things out there. And one of the questions I get from my students a lot is about breakouts. And how do you know if a breakout is going to be a breakout or if it's going to reverse and come back? So what I want to do is compare the action of Oracle versus Google. All right.
Okay.
So Oracle looks pretty weak, and I'll show you what I mean. So we get this big jump up. All right. Now, these candles can tell us a lot. The top of a blue candle is one where the bottom of the rectangle is the open, the top is the close. The top of what we call the wick is the high trade of the day, and the bottom is the low trade. But think about what this shows us. This is the open. At some point over the day, we got all the way up there, but by the close, the sellers had pushed it all the way back to there. So the sellers were starting to take over. The next day, you can see some really weak action. This is the old bearish engulfing pattern. In the morning, it looked like it was going to be an up day because we opened higher than the prior day's close. But by the close, what happened? The sellers pushed it all the way down. A red candle is one where the opening is at the top and the close is at the bottom. Now and of course, it's trended lower, and I think it's probably going to continue to go lower. Now let's contrast that with Google. So Google jumps up, and now let's think about the action in the first couple days over here. All right, so we spike up, or we gap up. Notice how we closed towards the highs of the day.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't have that big intraday reversal like we had in Oracle. The next day, we opened there, got down to the prior day's open, found support, and then the buyers just came rushing in and pushed it all the way above the prior day's close. So unfortunately, it requires a little bit of patience. But when you see action like this, there's a good chance that the trend is going to move higher. And when you see the weak action like we saw in Oracle, there's a good chance that the trend is going to go lower. Think of it as like football, right? The blue team versus the red team. The blue team's got the momentum, but then the red team takes over. In Google, the blue team has the momentum and it just kind of sticks with it and keeps going. So I thought that was an interesting thing to look at.
Yeah, and I just can't help it, but that Oracle chart seems like an analogy for the game last night, right? Dolphins started out strong, and then they just got taken over by the Bills, and that looks like what's going on with the Oracle chart there.
Yeah, I was watching it, but I fell asleep.
Yeah, so did I. Don't feel bad. Fell asleep, woke up. First thing I did in the morning, did my bets cash? I was close, but no cigar. All right, what other charts you got for us?
let's see, a couple things I talked about in the stock of the day. Yeah, so we were looking at the synopsis breakout or potential breakout, and
Okay.
it,
Yeah,
it
let's
has
do that.
broken out.
Yeah, let's do that. We actually got asked about synopsis, I think yesterday, that either that or the day before.
Okay, so I think I wrote that on the 11th, so I guess that was right here. Now, this is a classic breakout, and we're breaking out. Well, I guess it's not really a classic breakout because we're not breaking above resistance. But anyway, we're breaking resistance that was support as opposed to resistance that's been intact. But very common thing in markets, right? You get support, market goes higher, people who bought there, then the price falls through it. And a lot of the people who bought here experience buyer's remorse, and they tell themselves, I made a mistake. If I can ever get out of this thing at break even, I'm going to. So when it returns to their level, if you have enough remorseful buyers from here placing sell orders over here, the level that was support can become a resistance level. And that's exactly what happened. Now that we've broken above that resistance, I guess you can call it a breakout. It doesn't really matter what you call it. But now that we've broken above that resistance, um, it's an indication that the people who created the resistance with their sell orders are out of the way. Maybe they canceled their orders or maybe they finished their orders, but regardless, they're out of the market. And when you take a lot of supply out of a market, meaning sell orders or sellers, it sets the stage for a move higher because when buyers come in, they're going to have a hard time finding sellers and they're going to be forced to start outbidding each other and cutting ahead of each other.
Mm-hmm.
And that puts the stock into an uptrend. Also, too, interesting to notice here, this is the type of stuff that traders kind of live for. We're breaking through into levels that we had gapped down through. So old Wall Street saying gaps tend to refill. If we think about the dynamics, if we gap down, in other words, if we close there and we open down here, there's no trading in between here. So if there's no trading, you don't have this big group of remorseful buyers who are going to be trying to sell on the way back up. So there may not be a lot of sell interest in here, which means the buyers are going to have to really get aggressive. And so there's a chance that this moves pretty quickly. Yeah, so that was one of our stocks of the day.
Yeah, this is a great one too. This is a super juicy looking chart. Synopsis is an absolute monster. This stock trades options as well, and those can be extremely profitable. You get any type of gap fill percentage on this move back up. This is going to be a successful day. And then obviously future days, if you take this, this is an interesting one. I've got no position on this, but I've kind of been taking a look at this.
Yeah, I think it might make sense. Um, Another thing to notice on this chart too is when we had this sell off, where did it find a bottom? Was it just at some random price that the market gods pick? And the answer is no. We found support at a price level that had been support before. There are people now. This is seller's remorse. People sell at the bottom, and the price goes higher, and they say, "Gee, I made a mistake. If this thing ever gets back to um, the price that I sold it at, I'm going to buy my shares back." So if you have enough remorseful sellers placing buy orders, the level that was support can become support again. It's really important to understand when you're trading that some price levels have more importance than others. And, sometimes we know why and sometimes we don't, but it doesn't matter. Why does this particular stock seem to like the 380 level? And it just blows through 390 like it's not even there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Here, why does it like the 450 level? But that's just one of the things about trading. People think trading is chess, right? Or it's math or it's finance, but it's really not. Trading is psychology. The market is a collection of people, and people are irrational, and people have emotions, and so forth and so on. For example, what could have possibly happened yesterday that made this company worth 12% more? It's a $90 billion company.
Right.
What has happened since down here that has changed the valuation by, wow, look at that. That's a big move, man. So the valuation has changed by 25% in about not even 2 weeks. It's like, did they find gold in a safe somewhere that they didn't know about?
Adding
Or
Bitcoin to their treasury strategy, which seems to be the hot thing to do nowadays. I'm kidding, of course. That didn't actually happen.
Speaking of Bitcoin and cryptos, I think there's an interesting thing to see here on the chart of Ethereum, as there is on probably every chart, in my opinion, in a lot of ways. So one of the things about looking at charts is that you can look at different things, different securities, but you see the same patterns. So whether it's a crypto or a stock or an ETF, currency, commodity, you name it, you're going to see these same patterns, right? We go into this sell-off. Where do we find support? Level that had been support before, just like we saw, right? Resistance here can become support. This is a seller's remorse manifested in a different way. People sell and they're glad, but when the price goes higher, they're like, oh, I made a mistake. If I can buy my crypto back at the same price I sold it at, I will. And then just like we saw with finding support at a former support level, this is the exact same thing that happened here with Ethereum. So anyway, Ethereum, I don't really know a lot about cryptos. I mean, I know about trading them, but I don't know about all the what they actually do and so forth.
The utility and such. Sure.
Yeah, but a lot of my I know a lot of people who are smarter than me that are into cryptos, and they say, they seem to be very bullish on Ethereum in the long run. Short run, it's just kind of neutral here. I don't think there's any kind of trade, but
yeah, I think you're just in that channel. You're probably in a wait and see mode, right? And I think then after that, whichever way this goes, then maybe we can think about a trade, either for a regression back to the mean or a breakout.
Yeah. When something's in a range, there's pretty much two ways to play it. It's like you either wait for the breakout up, breakdown down, or you trade it within the range. So in other words, if it gets down to here again to say 4,100, there's a good chance it bounces back up to here to say 4,800.
And you can kind of wait, right? You can wait at that 4,500 and maybe collect or capture a little bit less, but have a confirm that it's going to hold and move to the top end of the range, or wait and see if it breaks down and kind of control your risk a little bit better.
Yeah, you have to, if you want to be successful, you have to be like a reactionary. I always say it's a dangerous thing for a trader to have an opinion because if you have an opinion, it's going to influence the way you think. It's going to make you subject to things like confirmation bias and some of the other biases. So in a perfect world, you just want to play defense and trade what the market gives to you. And if there's something like this that looks neutral and you're a trader, well, then there's no trading idea here. You just go look for something else.
Okay. I've got a couple of charts, unless you had something else you wanted to dive into.
No, yeah, fire away. I can't
Intel.
see the chat, so I can't see.
That's okay. I'll take care of it for you here. Intel, this had obviously huge news with NVIDIA investing in it yesterday, and they're going to make chips together. But the chart here obviously had a huge move. Let's take a look at the chart, see what you see here. We got you, Rooster. I think this is what you meant, right? INTC, not INTL, I'm guessing.
I'll show you an interesting thing about this chart is if we start thinking about what we call market memory and how price levels can be important for a long time. So this is 44, and look at that. So support in January of 18 all the way through February of 22. I mean,
you think that'll be a tough resistance to get over if we challenge it again?
Yeah, probably. But let's look more at the closer picture here. So where are we? Just down a little bit this morning. So this is kind of negative action, and I wouldn't be surprised to see it come in a little bit more. And the reason why I say that is, once again, look at the candle and think about what this tells us. Remember, a red day is a day where the close is lower than the open, on the way I have my candle set up here. So we opened all the way up here, got all the way up to there, but by the close, we were all the way back down there. And this morning, we're a little bit lower. So this could be a situation where some of the institutions that hold this thing start to look at the news and they start to think like, well, the news is good, but it's not as good as people tend to think. So we're going to take advantage of this strength and try to sell some. So the important thing to notice, though, or to think about, is this candle indicates that there was a turnaround. We opened there, got there, but then the sellers came in and crushed it. And this morning, there's a little bit of follow through.
Now, let me ask you just a hypothetical here. Let's say today, Intel, maybe it does go down a little bit more. It's a little bit weaker here in the pre-market. It looks like 30.36. That closing price yesterday was 30.57, so maybe 20 cents lower. Let's say it ends up recapturing that 30.57 level at some point throughout today. Maybe it goes down a little bit more, but it ends up getting back above there and holding back above there. Is that enough for you to say, okay, well, maybe the sellers have now, at least in the short term, been exhausted, and we can maybe move towards the top end of that candle?
Yeah. A lot of it's going to depend on how the market, how it reacts to this former or yesterday's open. The most important trades of the day tend to be the open and the close. And
Yeah.
that's because that's where the most volume trades. So there were a lot of people who bought yesterday at the close who probably now regret doing so because the price is a little bit lower. And they're going to tell themselves, well, if this thing bounces back and I can sell my shares at break even here, I'm going to. So if we get back above that, it'll show us that maybe the selling and the buying power are getting into equilibrium. Supply and demand are getting into equilibrium. But if we close below that, I think that tells us that the sellers are still out in force there.
I would agree. I would agree. So, okay. So right there, we pretty much define that 3058 or 3057 is going to be a key level here today, without a doubt.
Yeah. Whatever yesterday's, 3057 is the
got it.
close. Yeah.
Perfect. All right. Good breakdown there, Rooster. Let me know if that was helpful for you. Indiana Jones, you as well. I know you want to take a look at Intel. Mark, the next one I want to take a look at here is a show favorite. It is RCAT. This is Red Cat Industries. They're a drone player. They've been on a really great run in 2025. Drones are obviously hot and in the news, but they did an offering a couple of days ago, and it looks like it got bought. It was yesterday, day before. Anyway, what do you see here in this chart?
Well, I don't know. From a trading perspective, maybe there's a little bit of we're probably on a little bit of short-term support rate there, which makes sense. $10, people like nice round levels. That's what we call a psychological level.
Indeed.
So I would expect there's going to be a little bit of support today, and there's going to be a little bit of a rebound. I mean, it's 1.5% up in the pre-market, which is only 15 cents. But yeah, I think it's safe to say that this resistance around 10 has become support. Again, people sell, and at first when the price goes lower, they're like, oh, this is easy. But then the price goes higher and it's like, man, I made a mistake. If it drops back to 10 and I can buy my shares back, I will. So it drops back to 10. That's the low. That's the close. This isn't a coincidence. Now, a lot of times something gets to support and it rallies. Support is a level or a narrow range where there's a lot of buy interest. It could be retail, institutional, trader, investor. It really doesn't matter. But sometimes some of the people that create the support with their buy orders start to get nervous. They start to think, gee, I sense there's other buyers coming into the market here. That's why the stock is not going down anymore. I don't want to miss out. I know the sellers are going to go to whoever is willing to pay the highest price. So I was bidding 10. I'm going to bump that up to 10.05. Someone else is like, that guy just went to 10.05. I'm going to go to 10.10. And you start this bidding war of the buyers cut in front of each other. And that's why a lot of times we rally off of support. So, yeah, I would think that if the market holds up today, there's a good chance that this moves higher.
Okay. All right, sweet. A couple more little guys for you here, if that's okay. Can we take a look at a stock you and I have not looked at together here? RR, ticker RR, Rich Tech Robotics. Robotics also in the news right now. Rich Tech has recently been on a pretty nice run.
All right. So, yeah. Now, I would say what to watch here, and I'm sure you can see, right? Right around there. So I guess this was probably the all-time high. Oh, actually, no, it wasn't. It goes back even farther. I'm not familiar with this stock.
That's why we bring it to you.
Well, I like, it's a real relief looking at stocks that I haven't seen before, because everyone asks me like, oh, what do you think of SoFi? What do you think of Nvidia?
I say the same thing, Mark. I love when someone brings me something that we haven't seen before.
All right. I think the important thing to pay attention to here is we could be set up for a potential reversal if we get up to around here. And this morning, we're pretty much right there. So this former open here is right around 485, and that's pretty much right where we are now. So extremely overbought. And, just because things that get to resistance that are overbought tend to reverse, but it's not a guarantee. So what we want to do is wait for the reversal to actually start before we take a position. In this case, assuming I don't know if there's puts on this, but if the reversal starts, that's when you jump in. There's a good chance it gets to resistance and breaks out. I think the odds are probably better than it's going to reverse and go lower, but I would play the waiting game and see. Now, think about it as like you're at a horse race and the starter has said, on your mark, get set, but they haven't said go yet. So to make the analogy to trading, this is what I would call a trade that's potentially, or that is a setup. This trade is set up, but it hasn't had a trigger yet. The starter hasn't said go yet. What could that be? Well, if the RSI line turns down, that could be a signal. For those who are less risk averse, they might want to wait for the RSI line to cross below this red horizontal threshold line. And the thing about this is it stacks the odds in your favor. Of course, it's not perfect, but it keeps people from guessing. A lot of times people don't know what to do and they just guess, and that leads to problems. Everyone listening to me probably knows what I'm talking about, and I know what I'm talking about too, because that's what I used to do a long time ago. But with something like this, you're basically just following a rule. All right, it's overbought, it's at resistance. If it starts to reverse, I'm going to act accordingly. And now I'm going to go for a walk with my dog in the woods. I'm not going to sit there and mastermind it and stare at it all day. That's the biggest problem people have is emotions. A lot of newer traders think that they can come up, they're going to have some vision or whatever, and they're going to come up with a better way to build the mousetrap or a way to reinvent the wheel. And maybe that's possible. I don't think I've ever seen it. The real success comes from when you understand the whole emotional aspect of this thing here. Why are you trading? If you can't articulate why you're trading, you probably shouldn't. Trading because you're bored or you're afraid that you're going to miss out, or because someone in some Yahoo channel somewhere said something, those aren't valid reasons for trading. A valid reason for trading is, oh, we got to support a level that was resistance, now support, we're reversing, I'm going to take the trade. Oh, we got to resistance, we're overbought, reversing, oh, I'm going to take the trade. So there's no guessing. And then, of course, when you get into the trade, you want to say to yourself, what should be my exit for a profit? So just assuming I'm buying puts, I would say, all right, well, if the stock drops to 4, I'm going to, that's where I'm going to close out. So, think about it. That would be a 20% drop. So that's huge in options land.
Yep.
I would say, okay, if I take the position, if the reversal starts, and for whatever reason, the buyers are still out in force and they push it back up above this, then I say, all right, well, I'm going to take a small loss and I'm out. Whatever, I was wrong, or maybe I mistimed it. If it starts to go my way, then you start to think about the trailing stop. Like say it gets to 450. Remember, we're positioning for the downside here. Say it gets to 450 and then it jumps back to 460. Then you might say, all right, well, I have a 10-cent stop out. So now I'm going to get stopped out. And I'm going to walk away with a much smaller profit than I wanted, but it's still a profit, right? In a short time frame. So that's the way I would look at this one.
Okay, I got another one here for you. How about BBAI? This is another small guy.
Yeah, this was a stock of the day within the last 2 weeks. Don't remember exactly when, but this is a good example of yeah. Now this looks like a breakout here. This is a good example of the old round level, the psychological level. This blue line here is exactly at 6. So that's where we found support, resistance. If you think about it in terms of fundamentals, meaning price to earnings ratios, price to sales ratios, there's no way you could ever justify the valuation of something being at perfectly at $6. But as traders, we understand this is psychology. People like nice round levels. It's not a surprise that this is what happened. Now, breakout here, okay, and this stock has a big short interest too, so there's a chance of a short squeeze here. We've cleared the resistance, so now we can pretty much infer that it seems as though the people who created the resistance aren't around anymore. They're done. They're washed out. They're gone. So when new buyers come in, it's like, hey, where the hell are the sellers? I got to pay up. And just like the stock we looked at before, Synopsis, this is trading up into a potential gap. So there may not be a lot of sell interest in this area because you're not going to have that group of remorseful buyers trying to sell. Principle of financial markets, if you move quickly through price levels in one direction and then you reverse and get back to them going in the other direction, you move quickly right back through them. So this looks like a pretty interesting play here. I think this would be a logical trade. And I'd have my target would be kind of right around 7.
$7. Born not surprised that you're coming up with one. All right, Mark, one more. This is a little bit bigger. Can you do it?
Sure.
Let's do CMG. This is, of course, Chipotle.
All right. Now I know what I'm having for lunch. Chipotle. Yeah, there's one right down the road here. All right. So what do we got here? I mean, nothing, nothing too dramatic from a trading point of view. But, it looks like it's kind of a nice slow reversal here. This is our, sometimes the leadership changes in one day, and that shows up as like an engulfing pattern.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes the leadership changes over a little bit of an extended time frame, kind of slowly and peacefully. And that's what we kind of see here. So it's a little bit of a rounded bottom. So it looks like the blue team's back in charge. So I would think that this will trend higher. It may not trend that quickly, but it looks like it's going to trend higher.
Do those wicks that are on those last two candles, did that give you any pause at all? Because it looks like that little bounce off of the level that you have defined there. It makes sense, but it almost looks like this bounce is kind of running out of steam if I take a look at those wicks.
Yeah, maybe a little bit, but we got to keep it in perspective, though. This is only like $1, from there to there. So I think it's okay. I think it's okay because it's not really overbought, and we got to look at the trend, right? This close was higher than this open. The same thing here. So yeah, I don't know. In this situation, I don't know if I'd really pay too much attention to the wicks, but I don't know if this is something I would trade either because I think it's going to trend higher, but there's probably stuff that looks more compelling that's going to trend higher faster.
Okay. All right, Mark, really good stuff here. Enjoy the Chipotle for lunch. And yeah, the leaf rule. I'll let you know how well that works for me when I give it a try.
All right. Thanks, everyone. Have a good weekend.
You're welcome, folks. That is Mark Putrino. Again, just as a reminder here, please check out his Substack. Mark does really good work. We really appreciate all of the information and thought that he gives us on a regular basis. Carl, I absolutely love this. Always a great show. Thank you. And I see Anne-Marie is becoming a regular. She has her own show Tuesdays and Fridays, and we are going to her today. It's awesome that she chooses to spend some of her time with our community in the chat. For that, we are obviously grateful. I really like Mark's simple strategy. I use it as well, but fail every so often as I mess with the trade. So this is really important because this is what we talk about in terms of like, you really want to make this mechanical, right? You really want to remove some of this emotion. And it's a constant battle. There's never a point where you reach where you're like, okay, I'm done doing that. I've done that. I'm past it. This is a constant battle. And the more you stay on top of this, the more you think about making your trades more mechanical and less emotional, it is unsurprising that you're going to do better if you follow that. So love having Mark come on here. Love having Mark explain this. Mark's got a level of calm to him that helps calm me, frankly. It just seems like when he takes a look at charts, he takes a look at them objectively. And we really appreciate that. So, okay, really good stuff. Folks, I did have another interview lined up for you, but our guest isn't here. I'm going to put my producers to work and have them track it down. If we can, or if there was a time zone mix up, we'll go with that when the guest is available. And if we get a cancellation, I'll tell you about what it is and what to expect. And we will try and get that rolling here for you. But in the meantime, I think maybe we can take a look at some movers. We'll see if 13 is available, and we can ask him that as well. And I love seeing all of the great comments here about Mark. That tells me that we're bringing on quality guests here, and we're doing the right thing. So, okay, really, really great. All right. Now, there were a couple of stocks that you folks asked for. I'm sorry. I know we always get more stocks than we can cover there with Mark, but we can take a look at them. Ed, one of the stocks that I did want to take a look at, I'm glad Izzy brought up RR because that's really been a big mover here. Here's another one of Izzy's frequent plays here. I know several of you folks have also played this. This is going to be ticker LDI. This is Loan Depot. Now, this was also a story trading play, I believe. Now, really, the question here for me is, does this rollover get bought? Right? This is the first thing that we need to figure out. Now, one of these levels here, just kind of using the same thing that Mark is talking about here, it sure looks like this $4 level is important, right? We got the round number level. This was a clear top from a previous move, and it looks like we're starting to find some support here. So to me, it looks like we're trading this basically against 4. If we break down through 4, probably 350 and then 3. And I understand that it might seem a little bit lazy on the surface, 350 and 3 instead of something like 362 or something like that. But I mean, just take a look at the chart here, very, very clearly, just kind of based off what we were talking about with Mark there. This is exactly the type of stuff that we're looking for. Okay, things happen fast around here. We do have our guest, so we're going to be going to 13 shortly after the guest. But folks, did have a surprise guest for you here today. Let's go ahead and welcome Faraday Future President Jerry Wang. Let's go ahead and bring him on. Jerry, good morning. How are you doing here today? Can you hear me?
I'm doing very well. How are you?
I'm doing really well. Look, thanks for joining us here. Really, really appreciate it. Let me just get this right out of the way, right at the top here. We're going to be talking about Faraday Future here today, ticker FFAI. And I want to let you know that our group here, we have traded your stock before, but we haven't traded your stock based necessarily on the story or the fundamentals. Instead, we've just been kind of trading it based off whatever it's doing technically, or if it appears on a scanner or something like that. But we've looked into the company, and we definitely want to hear more about this. So Faraday Future Intelligent Electric is a California-based global shared intelligent electric mobility ecosystem. Again, the ticker here is FFAI. Can you please tell us about what you do?
Yeah, sure. We're a California-based intelligent electric vehicle company. The company was founded in 2014, so we have been around for a little bit more than 10 years. We have invested almost $4 billion into our product and technology. Right now, we already launched our first vehicle, which is a very top tier Halo product called FF91. Actually, the car has a very, very strong performance. For example, 0 to 60 only 2.3 seconds, having 1,050 horsepower, almost 400 miles per charge on the battery range to get rid of range anxiety. It's not only a very powerful car, but it's a very smart, very clever car as well. So it's fully powered by Android, developed by us. So we have been doing it for the 10 years. And at the back seat of the car, there's a 27-inch foldable screen. You can enjoy all the live event. We can literally have an interview at the car. You can see all the NBA games, whatever that you want. So it's mimic to your living room experience. It's a larger car, similar to Rolls-Royce. We're selling at something around 100,000 to 300,000, selling to the top celebrities like Chris Brown, Jason Oppenheim, Pardons, Mariah Carey. So all the people love this vehicle.
Okay.
But more importantly, we're penetrating down into the mass volume markets. Right now, we're in the phase of launching our second product, which is called FX Super One. It's a full-size SUV. Slightly larger than Cadillac Escalade, but only selling half of the price. We already have 10,000 pay reservation in our hand, and we plan to start to manufacture by end of this year.
Okay, first of all, I'm a car guy myself. So when you talk to me about 1,000+ horsepower, I get really excited. I just can't help it. I got a need for speed. My own car is quite quick, although it's not quite at 1,000 horsepower there. And that screen in the back, that actually reminds me of the new screen that you get in the BMW 7 Series, which kind of folds down from the back, makes it a really, really enjoyable experience. That's great to hear. Really cool stuff there, and I appreciate that. Let me ask you, just kind of get into the stock here. How do you plan to balance the capital needs for FF and FX brands while scaling production? And what is your cash runway and funding strategy? Are you looking to raise money through capital markets, make a partnership? How's that going to work?
Yeah, that's a great question. So first of all, we're using a very asset light mode, very efficient. For example, last year I only burned less than $80 million, only like 10% or even less than 10% of generally what my peer was doing for last year. So I'm running this business very efficiently. And second, I'm leveraging the existing like $4 billion investment that we already did for the past 10 years. So the factory is ready, the team is ready, the brand is ready, the equipment and the facility, everything is ready, and our sales and after sales network is ready. So we do not need a lot of additional capital in order to launch our product. And third, we're partnering with a very large Asia OEM to bring the second product, FX Super One, to United States and get it launched by end of this year. And their capacity, they manufacture millions of cars per year. Very sound, robust, and great partner for us to have. So we're not trying to reinvent the wheel. Instead, we're partnering with them and taking advantage of them having their mechanical purchasing power, supply chain, manufacturing capabilities, but we're focusing on the branding, focusing on the technology, autonomous driving, operating system, so on and so forth. So in general, we're doing the business very efficiently, leveraging the existing $4 billion investment, and the focus will be FX. Because for FF is a Halo product, the volume is small. So basically, we're delivering the car 1 or 2 cars per quarter. We're seeing it more like a marketing promotion. It's very hard to get one, right? But we're only delivering to top celebrities. But the focus will be FX. We're trying to hit a gross margin, positive gross margin, very soon after the FX initial launch. We feel very confident about that. Okay. Once it's launched, we basically do not need substantial additional capital.
Okay, that's actually really good to hear. I know from the trader side of us, we don't really care. The investor side of us, that is perhaps one of the most important data points. I appreciate you sharing that with us. Let me ask you, what's your path to profitability? Are there any targets for gross margins or deliveries or unit volumes that investors should know about?
Yeah, absolutely. We have a manufacturing capacity of something like 30 to 40,000 per year in our California manufacturing facility. It's quite large, 1.1 million square feet. We invest $300 million already into that facility. So the facility is up and running. It's ready. It's in the production of FF91 and it's ready for our second vehicle, FX Super One. So again, we're trying to targeting a positive gross margin as soon as possible after we launch the car. And I think the path to profitability is quite clear, right? So once we're launching something around like 20 to 30,000 on my best estimate, things will be quite interesting, and we might have a chance to be profitable, which is not a very high target.
Okay, awesome. That actually does sound like a very attainable target. So that's also great to hear. Can you expand a little bit on your international strategy, specifically in places like the Middle East where demands, where are you seeing demand? Where are you going next here?
Yeah, absolutely. We're seeing very good demand in both Middle East as well as in United States. And to be honest, Middle East is a great market. It's actually very good for branding, for marketing, and we have a great local partner, a royal family member in Ras Al Khaimah, UAE, and they are giving us great support, providing us license, providing us manufacturing facility. They love us as a U.S. manufacturing technology company. Right, but on the other hand, the UAE market size is relatively small, only 200,000 cars sold per year. But in United States, we're the second largest automotive market globally, 15 million cars sold per year. Right, so the focus is definitely in United States market, but with the branding promotion as well as pilot manufacturing capability or opportunity in UAE, that's very important for us. So the plan is to launch in UAE first in November. Actually, we're going to share a little bit more today and shortly after that on our progress in both United States as well as in UAE. And then the target is to start manufacturing in the United States by end of this year.
Okay. All right. So pretty good targets there. Let me ask you, just kind of shifting gears here a little bit. Can you walk us through how the C10 Treasury investment portfolio is structured? Passive versus active allocations, diversification, risk management, et cetera?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great question. We're 80% passive and 20% active. And as you definitely know, as a capital markets trader, right? For the normal people, right? Not for the professional trader, but for normal people, the most efficient way is to buy passive index fund if they wanted to trade U.S. equity, right? And similar thoughts here, we're building a crypto index fund focusing on top 10 crypto and having a weighted ratio on their market cap. So basically it's very, basically reflect how the market move, right? And we do our allocation because we're a public company focusing on building cars. We're not taking risks, taking bets of betting number 300 coin and betting it go up 1,000%. No, we wanted to be careful. We wanted to fulfill our fiduciary duty to our shareholder. So basically we allocate 80% of our own capital into the digital asset treasury by the passive index fund strategy. And 20% allocate based on our own active analysis, but focusing on the top 10 coin. And basically our selection, I would say we did a good job for the past few weeks. We select BNB, which is our largest position. They have reached historical high. We select Hype, we select Link, we select Faloona. All the coins are trading great. It's beat our index. So we're quite happy there.
Okay, so it sounds like this actually helps your automotive operations. It's not just for financial diversification.
No, it's not just for financial diversification for the following reasons. So first, as we know, the crypto asset trading or the value has been going up very well for the past 5 to 7 years. Based on our estimate, it has a CAGR of almost 70%. Right, so the underlying asset will appreciate, hopefully, if this development continues, which we firmly believe. And second, it can generate a yield of almost like 5% by staking. Right, so whatever the staking yield that we're generating, this can be supportive on the cash flow that we need on the automotive side. And third, this strengthens our balance sheet. Right, so it's net asset that has substantial upside opportunity and generating cash flow. So our financials will be better compared to us not doing that. So it's a win-win scenario here.
Yeah, I like that. I like the thought, and I like to see more and more companies doing that, me personally. Okay, I've got first of all, thank you again for being here. I've got two really quick questions from our viewers here that I'll get you out on. First one here is, when is the launch of the new car?
The launch will be in UAE, Middle East first in November. Okay. And we'll start the manufacture in the US by end of this year, and then we'll gradually launch and gradually ramp up from there.
Okay, and I know you kind of briefly touched on this, but it might not totally sank in. Another question here is, how can you get to your 3,000 car target if you're only making 2 to 3 every quarter?
So it's basically different vehicle. 2 to 3 every quarter is our FFAI, the first flagship vehicle, similar to Tesla. Tesla did not launch Model 3 and Model Y at the very beginning, right? They launched Roadster, very small volume payload product, similar to FFAI. Then they penetrate down to Model S and Model X, then going down to Model 3 and Model Y. So we are doing our own, like something between Model X, and Model 3 and Model Y. It's called FX Super One, targeting relatively mass volume market, selling half of the price of the Cadillac Escalade. We have a capacity again of 30 to 40,000 per year, so we're able to get that car launched, no problem. And we wanted to do it step by step instead of rushing, getting all the vehicle delivered and having some quality issue. That's not good for anyone.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Okay, absolutely fantastic. Was there anything else that you'd like to share with the viewers or potential investors here today?
Sure. Please pay some attention and focus on us. Our market cap is only 250 million US dollar. We're nothing compared to other vehicle companies publicly traded in the United States. But I think the company have huge potential. And if we launch the car step by step, the goal is not to take 10%, 20% share and be better than Tesla or larger than Tesla. At least that's not the near-term goal. The goal is to step by step, even if we capture 1% of the US automotive market, we're talking about 150,000 vehicles per year, which is more than enough to bring us to profitability. So I think we have a very unique advantages and action capability, as well as the great market upside potential.
Okay, absolutely fantastic. Faraday Future President Jeremy Wang, really appreciate your time. Perhaps we can have you back after that launch in the UAE. You could let us know how it goes. That'll help investors pay more attention.
Absolutely, yeah. And we're sharing more information on today's event, September 19th. So please pay attention to that as well, if you're interested.
There you go. Jerry, thank you very much for waking up early and joining us here today. We really appreciate it. Look forward to following up with you in the future, okay?
No problem. Thank you so much. Take care.
You're very welcome. Have a great day and enjoy your weekend. Folks, that is Jerry Wang. Again, what we're going to try and do here is we're going to try and bring you as much information as we can. Again, this was a stock that maybe not a lot of us knew about, saw it on a scanner. Oh, it's moving. Okay, we'll trade it, but let's maybe take a deeper dive in there. I can't thank the viewers enough for coming up with some questions there. I cannot thank Jerry enough for taking time out of his very busy schedule to join us early in the morning and then answering those questions. So really good stuff all around. I do look forward to following up after the release of that car. Really good stuff there all around. All right, Jerry's departure leaves room for 13. 13, I hope you got your coffee here today, buddy, because we don't have a whole lot of time, and I'm sure there are some movers that we really need to take care of before the open here.
All right. Well, hello, chat. Hello, Ryan. I'm going to just get right into this.
Yeah, let's just get right into it. Let's not waste any more time. Glad to hear that you're doing okay. First stock on the list that I have here for today is going to be ticker AGMH. This is AGM Group Holdings. You can see this stock making a pretty sweet move here. Completes the sale of, I'm going to try this, completes the sale of Nanjing Lucan to Giant Electronics. So it looks like they're parting out part of the business here. This stock went from about 250 to a peaked above 8. We're coming back in a little bit, but it's still holding above its VWAP. This is something that we paid attention to yesterday on a lot of stocks. Quick look around the horn on this one. 8.36% of the float shorted with 1 day to cover. That comes on an average volume of 664,000. Today we've traded 66 million, and the float is right where we want it, 1.9 million shares. So what do you think on this one?
Yeah, I don't know that this is moving on the sale of that segment of their business to Giant Electronics. This is news that we had from May 7th, where they had announced they were selling their stake for 57.45 million. They went on to do a 1-for-50 reverse split on June 3rd, following a NASDAQ compliance notice. So they've been going through the motions of getting recompliance. I don't think that they need to raise cash as a result of this sale, but I don't have a real good read on their finances, so not going to say that they won't ever do it, but it doesn't appear like they're going to need to do it right now. 1.9 million shares in the float. When I look at the 5-minute chart, you can see that this is still trying to continue upwards. There's even a trend line you can draw on the top side of this price action with on the wicks here. Yeah, you see it. I see it. All right, so this is kind of the resistance area I'm looking at here as we approach the open. If once this regular session starts, I'm thinking, I don't know, there's no guarantee, but I'm thinking that if we do start trading up, this is going to be the resistance area to watch. We do have that pre-market high of 864 to get through, but if that happens, looking at this trend line, we have the 65 EMA approaching the VWAP. If we start to get close to crossing that, tends to start to the price starts to end up running up ahead of that crossing. So something that I'm watching for here with AGMH.
Okay, really good. Right now, to my eye here, this 640 to 650 area, this represents one of the lows that held in the pre-market up to the VWAP. This is going to be one of those areas. We come in here and we hold this. Yeah, we might actually have a trade here. Also watch the volume as a note there. Next one here. I think we've looked at this before. It's been a while, but it's back. This is Zooz, ticker ZOOZ, Zulu, Oscar, Zulu. This is Zooz Power. Shares are trading higher after shareholders approved all proposals related to the $180 million private placement and Bitcoin Treasury Strategy Reserve. So this stock was about 240 yesterday, closed at 233, popped above 9 here today. It's come back in and lost the VWAP, but it has not completely round tripped yet. And it sure looks like it's getting some type of support with these wicks below and these selling candles that have really kind of slowed down. Quick look around the horn on this one, 25.52% of the float shorted. That is of our most recent read, which we are. It's at this point now, it's about 9 days stale. So we're just over halfway through this period, but that's still a significant short interest there. Days to cover on this one, 13.31. Now, keep in mind that comes on just 1.3 million shares of volume. Today we've traded 13.5, so we're well above that. We'll see what this actually does for the stock here, but some potential squeeze action here. Float on this one, 7 million, so more than AGMH that we just took a look at, but still classified as low float. What do you think here on ticker ZOOZ?
Well, we did actually. This is a good time to say thank you, Day Trader, for the spreadsheet you created of all the Treasury. Crypto
Let me just,
treasury
you know what? Thank you for reminding me, 13. I'm going to give that out. Day Trader said that I could share this with the group. I shared it with 13. Here it is. So this is what 13 is referencing. Link is in the chat. I want to take some time to thank Day Trader for doing the work for us. We didn't do this. He did it all for us, and we didn't even ask him to do it. He just volunteered to do it. Really appreciate that. Thank you for the reminder, 13.
No problem. And thank you, Day Trader. We can add ZOOZ to that list as well, seeing as how they are going to be having a Bitcoin treasury. 7 million shares in the float, like you said. This one has short squeeze potential. Looks like there is a bit of a trend line you can draw from the daily chart. After we had this big move up in July, that took us up to 438. We're above that now, so we actually don't need to draw that since we're above it. We did break out of this trend line, it appears. Looking at the sideways price action, we don't have a whole lot to draw upon until about close to $7, where we were initially getting support back in March of 2024 before we went lower. So from here, really don't see a whole lot of resistance areas up until about 7.
Okay, good stuff. I did add a trend line here just between these two peaks. We'll see. That's rapidly evolving,
right.
as they say. So, okay. And yeah, here. So real quick, I just gave you that link. As Day Trader is saying here, feel free to download it. So please don't. I don't know. I don't even know if this is possible. Day Trader, you might have already thought about this, but please don't like edit or destroy it. If you want to make your own changes and annotations to it, download it. It's set to view only, being a public link. Okay, perfect. So, but you can download it then and manipulate it on your own. Again, Day Trader, can't thank you enough for producing this for us. Really, really good stuff.
Zoo's trading beneath its view up right now. So until this stops leaking, I don't think there's really any reason to try and catch this as it continues to fall. So. Let it base out here first.
Okay, next is Brea, and this was the stock du jour yesterday. This is ticker BREA, Barrera Holdings. What an absolute monster move. I actually think there were several of our community here that has either been holding this for a while or traded this yesterday. I mean, just what an extreme move on this. There actually was some news with this. Kathy Wood actually poured a bunch of money into this thing. She bought 6.5 million shares of this stock. That was yesterday. Let's see, what else do we have here? There was an oversubscribed 300 million pipe.
We already knew that.
What's that?
We already knew that.
We already knew that one. And then
that's the initial reason why it was moving. I think Kathy Wood buying it is why we're still going higher today.
Okay, perfect. Let's take a look at the short interest. 0.79% of the float shorted there, so really no squeeze potential on this. It does say 2.2 days to cover, but I think we can probably ignore that. On average here, stock trades 344,000 shares per day. Today we've traded 3 million. Can't remember what we did yesterday. Actually, let me check that, because yesterday must have just been an absolute monster day for this stock. Probably the best in its history. Yesterday we traded 16.6 million. So 13, what do you think?
Yeah, so this ran all the way up almost to the all-time high of $54. That was when it IPO'd. So we went all the way up to the near that top and came back. We have been coming back down since. But if you look at like a 5-minute chart, oh, look, you see right there. You see yesterday that trend line from the two peaks there. Draw that all the way through the pre-market price action. Look, we got a breakout there. Fantastic. So we're trading above this support area that I have here at about 32.75. So that's the area I'd be looking at for support if we continue to come back in a little bit here. We just hit 36.08 in the pre-market. So that's going to be the near-term level to get above. If we do get above that, next resistance area that I see is going to be $40. We do have resistance at 47.25. And then, of course, we have the $54 all-time high that we still have yet to breach. So just some larger upside targets that we can look for. There's probably some other areas in between those targets where we're going to see some resistance, but those are the big ones that I see.
Okay, really good stuff here on Brea. I like the breakout that you're highlighting here. I love to see that this is actually trying to push higher right now from the pre-market high as well. Maybe if we get some more volume flow in this, we can have a repeat or something similar to what we saw yesterday. All right, we are 2 minutes to open. Do you have anything else specific on the list that I should pick?
Yes, there was one other one that I looked at. That was ATMV. This is a SPAC. It is combining with AMC Corp. No, not the theater company. This is a technology company that specializes in security and safety technology solutions. So when they do merge, it's going to be under ticker AMCI. What this AMC company actually does is make some home security products, but they also have a quadruped security robot that patrols warehouses and alerts if there's anything wrong and things like that. So it's kind of like having a robotic security guard. That's one of the things that they make. So kind of interesting company. The SPAC has 3.29 million shares in the float. The company is seeing this upside move today because they just approved some procedures related to the business combination. I know that that's from Friday last week as well, but I think there was also some statement that happened as well this morning. No, I guess I'm wrong about that. But anyway, this is a SPAC. AMC is the company that they're combining with. It's a technology company. Might be interesting, but remember, as all SPACs, this has the capability of de-SPACing as the PIPE investors get, redeem their shares, their warrants. Yeah. So just keep that in mind. But that's all I've got. We've got a few seconds. Here we are. We're open.
And any word on if they make a security robot that looks like a T1000 asking for a friend?
I don't know, but you can look at their website when you have time.
Okay, that was actually really kind of a clever answer there. Okay, we are open, folks. Let's see what's going on. Actually, 13, I'm going to let you do the rundown like you normally do. I'm going to put Brea on the screen. Good call. And I am going to go to the washroom. I will be right back.
Sounds good. All right, so Brea now at 37, just backed off after hitting that print. Looking for 40. I do see how remember I was saying that there could be some resistance areas in between these bigger ones. Looks like 37 may have been a little bit of a one, but we'll see what kind of support this gets on the pullback here. Still above VWAP. We do have the 32.75 level that could act as support. Line your long Tesla, fine job. Kathy Austin, yep, you're right about that. They increased their investment in Brea. So Kathy Wood on board with this company. Thank you, producer. They should have chose AIMC. Hit them up. Let them know, man. All right, so now we're getting a pull here in Brea. Let me look at some of these other tickers that we talked about. AGMH. This one is losing its VWAP, so not going in the direction of that trend line yet, but it is getting some support. Might be able to hold at VWAP here. We still have 3.5 minutes left in this candle. Meanwhile, the one we just talked about, the SPAC, that's headed lower. You might get some support as we approach $20. There's the 200 EMA at 1948. So if we continue lower, that's going to be another area to watch for support.
Okay, which one are we looking at?
Well, just kind of was cycling around the different ones we talked about. Looks like Zoos tried to go up to the...
Look at OKLO.
Looked like Zeus tried to go up to VWAP. It almost touched it. Now it's getting rejected, coming right back down to near where the impulse move started. So not sure how much more we have left here in Zeus. We might actually go into a halt here pretty soon. MACD is looking like this is going to continue to roll over. Probably would just be best to wait for Zeus to find a bottom.
Okay.
Brea, this is coming back in here, coming down to that 32.75 level that I mentioned. We'll see if it gets support there.
ADAP, that's penny stock. We can forget that. This AGMH looks like this is actually moving away from the VWAP here. This looks like a nice VWAP bounce. Might be taking out some of these spots here. That's AGMH.
Wilds, WLDS. That is getting mentioned here. I wrote that one down as something that could potentially get going. Here it is.
And look, it sure did, dude.
And there was another one that I was just looking at. I think it was RR, Rich Tech Robotics. Yeah, that one's also printing here as well. 490 right now. Coming up to $5. There's a big seller in the way at 5 for Rich Tech Robotics. Just keep that in mind. Looks like we're getting some support here in Brea from that one area I just mentioned. And wow, look at this go.
Brea is going, WLDS is going, and AGMH is going. And I tried to buy AGMH there, and I did not get filled. That thing just ran away from me. Huge bounce off 667 there. I'm gonna wait for that one to cool off. I don't want to chase it.
Yeah, that so far that spot in Brea that I mentioned, 32.73, we've got a tiny little, slightly lower print than that support area, like I think about by 15 cents, but did cause the price to turn around. So that's good news so far. We want to see this come back up and go beyond 37 at some point soon now.
Okay, AGMH, this is exactly why I didn't want to chase the price. It's coming back in. It would be curious to see where this settles here. This has been a nice move on volume away from the VWAP right to some of the other areas that we were able to identify in the chart. So as far as a trade plan goes here, it looks like this is working. So far, we'll see where this settles on this pullback. Trump-Xi call is underway. Producer, if you could help me with any headlines that might be coming out of that might be affecting things, that would be great. Bon, as Smoked Tuna might say. FDX, Marcus, thank you. Sorry, 13. FDX is the only name in the SMB Capital game plan this morning. I bet there are a lot of traders looking at FedEx here today. Marcus, do you have a trade on this? You think we trade off this 227.5 area right here? 230 would be in sight if we could get it. Going back to Brea. Sorry, 13.
It's okay. Yeah, Brea still it's coming back up to 37. This thing is, it's spready. It's whipping around, but we're liking the news. We're expecting some higher prints here. So let's see if we end up getting that. I want to see this hit 40. Maybe we get a little bit of a back off once that happens. So far, this has been some pretty good trading here with Brea.
Bloom Energy, this actually higher here in the pre-market. Sure looks like 84 might be a possible bust spot here today. Did see some calls, now some repeat calls there. That actually might be a closing order, as those are the 74 calls. Also seeing a bunch of Tesla calls here, repeat Tesla sweeps coming in off the unusual options here. Tesla's actually pushing the highs right now. 425, your price here on Tesla.
Great, mentioned Blaze Rhino, RGTI. That is having a nice move out of the gate here.
Rigetti spaghetti, let's go.
And Catherine, I'm going to take a look at Lightbridge next. LTBR. That's up 3.5% right now. I'm not sure this is really moving a whole lot. It doesn't look like it is. Session volume, 157,000 shares. Let me look at this on my broker. By the way, Brea going, oh man, we just hit 38, 30. Oh man, look at that thing go.
Look at this chart here on Brea. Also, AGMH coming back in. That's why we don't chase, folks. Trying to hold on to 7 right here. We'll see if it's successful in doing that.
Lightbridge still continuing to move up. It looks like yesterday the high was 1586, and we're making our way up there. And I think that's going to be a resistance area to break through. So either we're going to get a rejection there as we hit this level, or we're going to break right through and go to the next resistance area, which could be closer to 16. I see that we do have a pre-market high from Monday. I think that was Monday, 1594. So looks like if we can get above 1586, we can look towards 16 as a next potential resistance area.
Okay, Brea halted to the upside. We're hearing here from JL.
Yep, it is.
There we go.
Fantastic stuff.
And AGMH, this had a pretty good bounce there. This thing is kind of all over the place here. Did not quite get back down to that spot. Could not get filled right there at 7. Let it, Smoke Tuna here saying, let it sleep for a while. I'm kind of getting the same feeling here just from kind of watching the price action here today. Now we're pulling back. We'll see where this settles. There's no reason to ruin anything. We can be patient here today. It's a Friday.
Yep. Wilds after running up to 633, that's now really coming back in. You could even call this a big old knife if you want. Lost VWAP in the process. It is getting some support from the 9 EMA. I don't know if this is going to reverse and recapture VWAP from here. MACD is starting to make me a little nervous, but let's see what we get over the next 5 or 10 minutes. I have no position in this one. I think this one might continue to come back in a little bit more, maybe down to about the 540s.
SoFi, just a straight rip out of the gate here. I know a lot of people are on SoFi here. Nice move right out of the gate. Fins have been good. Goldman Sachs actually pulling back here today. We talked about Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley being good plays for 2026 if you still expect IPOs to be kind of a hot thing. And I think we're getting Anthropic and Databricks for sure next year. We'll see about that. LEU getting a bunch of mentions here. This is straight up out of the gate. We talked about LEU a lot. This has been a show favorite just because it's been so good. Jay, Lion, I'd love to know what you guys think. I think 300 is coming here. It's not some masterful call. It's only 22 points away, but it sure looks like 300 is coming here. And Jay, to your point, if the government takes a stake in this, I think 300 is for sure on its way here. LEU popping out of the gate.
Yeah, this is breaking my trend line.
This was an upside trend line that you had?
Yeah, it started from 22.
Okay, so I think I didn't have that. Oh, I beg your pardon.
There it is.
There it is, dude. Let's go.
So start there, draw it up through the high from August of this year, and then you'll see that we have just broken out.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, babe. There we go.
So yeah, I think 300 might be a pretty reasonable target. We are getting a little extended here on the RSI. So one thing I would like to see is, let's press. I want to see this press a little bit higher. It would actually be great if this hit the $300 target and then backed off and used this trend line as support. That would be
I agree.
in my mind ideal.
I agree. Carl just got LEU at the start of the day. We'll start collecting some shares. Have a plan for that in case it turns around, but so far so good. Oklo, wow, indeed, Sarah. Oklo, I'll tell you what, this stock here, this continues to impress. I did not guess that it was going to be this strong for this long and strong, LOL, but here, power move on volume out of the gate. The volume today dwarfs what we saw yesterday, and yesterday Oklo put in a good move. Jay Rice here. First of all, good morning, Amanda. I love that you call us besties. That's so awesome, Amanda. Jay saying, Ryan, put it this way: market cap a bit over 4 billion. Market cap on Oklo is 14 billion.
Yeah,
LEU, that market cap, by the way.
I'm sorry if it sounds like I'm about to piss in everybody's Cheerios, but look, this is crazy. This is crazy moves here in this stock and a lot of these other names. And we are at the end of a week here where we just had a rate cut. I don't know that we're going to want to linger around in a lot of these names that are moving. Do what you want, but I think it's really a good idea to maybe not stick around this weekend in some names, especially the ones that we typically day trade. This is just my own personal feeling. I feel like we're going to really start to see some weakness next week, just based on a lot of this crazy explosive move we've been having in these names. So sorry for the doom and gloom, but I really think it's a good idea that we be a little bit more careful now.
As I've said multiple times this week, you can stuff your sorries in a sack. I actually started with that this morning. I suspect that I actually wouldn't be surprised if we trade higher here today. Next week is maybe when we start seeing some of that weakness. So I'm on the same page as you, 13.
Brea's open.
And I didn't have Cheerios today. LOL.
Brea is open, and we just hit that $40 spot. We went a little bit higher. 41.13 is the high print, and get a little bit of a gap here. That wouldn't surprise me if we filled as we pulled back here and filled. Thank you. Now we can go higher.
Tess, I'm sorry. Oh dear, my Cheerios, new low on Food Talk. Oh, 13. Sorry, Tess. We'll try and clean it up for you here.
Ooh, big pull in Brea now. Coming back in after we went and printed a little bit higher. We had a quick move up to 42, and then we knifed right back beneath 40. And it's getting bought back up. Man, be careful with this thing. This thing's all over the place. I've already had a really good trade in this once today. I don't know that I want to jump in front of it again.
Is this Brea?
Yeah, unless it sets up.
Yeah. You know what, though? Good for you on trading it here. This thing kind of ran away from me. So did AGMH. By the way, Tuna, your AGMH call, not bad. Let that kind of settle out here. It looks like there's a lot of kind of back and forth flashing around on there. Nothing great for a setup yet.
Yeah, the Brea trade for me was when it back test that 32.75 area. That's when and it held. That's when I was like, okay, here we go.
Yeah, it's right in here, right at that open. Really good stuff there, 13. Appreciate the thought process there. Now, AGMH, this is actually pulling now, but pulled to the VWAP and so far held and is recapturing 7. So that happened fast. Now, the last time that it did this, it actually did trade up pretty good. We'll see if it's got the strength to do that again. Still no position for me, AGMH.
Light bridge, a little concerning with the upper shadows that it's putting in here.
That was LTBR, right?
Yeah. Volume's also pretty low comparatively to these other ones that are moving. I don't want to say it doesn't, won't have the capability of going higher, but right now the price action is kind of telling me that the sellers are starting to gain a little bit of control here. So we'll see what happens in the next few minutes, but I really am thinking that this might come back into VWAP.
Okay, GUR also appearing on the scanner. This has been another one that we've looked at a lot this week. Here we go. GUR ripping out of the gate here. Yeah. Mark is saying, here we go on FDX. We talked about this being a potential trade. What are we seeing here in FDX? Okay, so one of the things that I was saying is, if this can hold where it closed yesterday on this give back from the earnings report, maybe that sets up for a move back to that 238, 240 level. Let's see here. So far, it's held. So I think for a trade here, if you're going to do calls or stock, maybe trade it against that low print there. You're actually at a pretty decent entry area. I don't know if it's going to work, but I'm just looking at the chart here, trying to figure out how it can be traded.
Yeah, I don't know. To lose the entire move from your earnings report before the open, not really great in my view.
Yeah, less than ideal, we like to say.
I think what I was saying yesterday is that it needs to recapture that 240 and the 200 day SMA, or I think we're going to probably come back lower, like go down lower.
Here's Jay's EAF. This actually has had a pretty awesome run here recently. Volume looks a little low on this for a trade, but this thing is working, Jay. It's working so far. Big pull there, AGMH. We're below the VWAP here. No, I don't think you need to catch a bottom here. No bottom in sight. Wait for it to confirm its bottom. Don't try to be a hero here, AGMH. Boy, am I glad. Smoke Tuna, you know what, Smoke Tuna? You're going to get a 1-up and a Chewbacca blessing because although no profit was made here, you likely saved people some money.
Marcus, that 240 number, that's the one I'm watching. I think that's the important one that the FTX needs to recapture. And if it can't, then I think we're going to see some lower prints.
Yep.
Brea, still doing okay. 43.14 is the current high. We got a bit of a neutral candle here from the last 5-minute candle. So could see reversal at this point, or could see some continuation of more upside. That's kind of how these candles read. Either it's going to keep going, that's going to turn around right here. So we are getting a little bit of red right now. Let's see if we can get some support from VWAP. This might even be something that comes in and then finds support, like a base later on today, and then continues to rip higher. I'm got a pretty good feeling about this one being, crazy today. Let's say we'll just say.
Look at Big Dave here.
Nice.
Banked 1,200 early on Brea. He's done for the day before most people have finished up breakfast. You get a register ring, Big Dave. Enjoy your weekend, and yes, sir, we will see you Monday. Please hit the like and subscribe if you haven't already on your way out. Big Dave, really good Friday for you.
Absolutely, that was great job, Dave. Big Dave, sorry. WLDS, this is looking to recapture its VWAP here. Need to see some more volume to go much higher, but just notice that was starting to push up here. Light Bridge hasn't quite come back in yet. Those upper shadows were not really indicating that it's ready to roll over yet, but it hasn't gone a whole lot higher. What's up?
Oh my, is it starting? Market Sniper, great mention here. IDAI, T-stamp, or as we affectionately called it last year, tramp stamp. This a volume pop into a halt. Now, full disclosure here, I've actually mentioned this. I have a little starter position. Now, I don't even have 1,000 shares of this yet. But my price there, $293. So this pop in here, pretty good start here. Good mention. IDAI has some technology for verification that we think as a theme here might play going forward. That's ticker IDAI. It's a thin name, but it popped into a halt. Good call there, market.
Look at a daily chart on this real quick. You see that? No, go back in. You see that? We could get, so we're right there at these highs from July. This looks like we're breaking out into a scallop here.
Yep.
So I think out of this halt, we're probably going to see at least a run to 375, but we could go up to 420 pretty quick as well. But I'm excited. I want to see what we get out of this halt here. We're in a near breakout spot. This is pretty tight.
I'll be honest with you. After seeing the pop, I mean, this is hindsight, obviously, but after seeing the pop here, wish I had more of this. Smoke Tuna here mentioning that he called IDAI. I can confirm this. Smoke Tuna, you sent me a message one day saying, hey, IDAI, looking like this might go. I told you I already own some of it, and look what we're getting here. Another good call from Smoke Tuna if you were thinking about that.
They extend Fortune 500 contract to May 2031 with updated fee structure, unlocking over 12.7 million revenue potential from growing tech usage.
Maxim also went from 8 to 12 on a price target here, IDAI.
All right.
Let's go. Let's have a Friday. Let's have a Friday, folks. God, I haven't even had to buy anything yet to have a good day. Okay, AGMH. This is actually coming into the 65. Wait a sec. Sorry. This is coming in to the 65 EMA on the 5 minute. So far, it's holding. Let's see. I don't think you should try and nail the dead bottom on this. Wait for it to confirm.
No, and I think if we're going to see something happen here, we could see this try to move back up to VWAP and get back over 7. I feel like if that happens, we could see a rejection.
Okay.
I think I'd be a little bit more patient with AGMH.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Poll results. Will we see 600 on the Qs today? 64% of you, said yes. 36% of you said no. Sergeant Sexy, we appreciate the tip.
Oh, thank you.
Know you're always watching Wazioski. I guess it must sound funny from someone that's never seen Monsters Inc. to keep talking about that. AGMH, by the way, this is trading up here.
Blizz Rhino says QUBT is about to drop. Not one of the quantum names that, well, I mean, this thing has been on a nice run this morning, hasn't it?
Here, let me bring that up on screen here. QUBT.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my, what a pop. Are the rest of the quantums doing this? And we took a look at Rigetti Spaghetti earlier. That was popping here.
Well, let's look at Ionic.
That's actually still at the highs. Here's Ionic 13.
4% coming back in. QBTS, that's up 4.7%. So yeah, it looks like they're all kind of moving right now.
Have y'all spoken about Oklo? Yes, we did. We said how crazy the move is. We actually showed the chart. We're above that trend line. We did say to exercise caution on OKLO. If you're in it here today, maybe booking partial, putting some of that money in your pocket, as Tim Melvin likes to remind us. Look at this move here on OKLO. The one thing I will say here, I don't think chasing moves like this out of the gate make any sense at all. So this is either something that you already have to be positioned for, or just kind of wait it out.
Well, I wasn't right about Lightbridge. This thing continuing higher on some what seems to be some pretty low volume.
Yeah, Tuna, I'm impressed with what you've built here. I don't have full confidence on how to use it, but from poking around, and actually I should still be logged in here today, but from after poking around, look, it's an impressive system that you built here. There's no question about it. Oh, you know what? I probably have to reload, or I probably have to log in again.
All right, Brea trading beneath VWAP now. So this could continue to come in a little bit more, and we'll see if we get that support at 32.75 again. No position in this one right now. This is really great move out of the gate here and out of that halt. But remember, this one could be one of the ones that ends up moving in the afternoon. I kind of like the news, to be honest. We've seen a lot of these names where they get this kind of news, these private placement news for hundreds of millions of dollars, and then a big name investor steps in and pushes the stock up even more with their stake, and kind of got that with Cathie Wood.
Yep.
It's Brea's got some things going for it, so I'm kind of into it for a trade, just not right now. That is a great Friday line. Congratulations, man. You're not the first person I've heard say that on the glitters. And I don't think you're wrong. You're just not the first person I've heard say that. It might be more than that. It might be just the bubble that we've seen since the end of last year. That includes quantum. It also includes the nuclear names, the space names,
indeed,
and the drone names. So it could be a bubble of all four of those things.
Serve ripping here. RR pulling back off the impulse move that we saw right out of the open, but Serve continuing to run. AGMH is holding a fib, still beneath the VWAP. I've got VWAP at 676, 668 here in TradingView. Would love to see this get above that VWAP.
Marty, I think Oracle has been named as one of the primary beneficiaries of a TikTok deal for some time.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure that they are. I just don't know to what capacity or what kind of ownership they're going to have. My understanding is that at the very least, they're still going to be hosting it on their cloud. So they're going to have they're going to be part of that one way or the other.
Smoke Tuna mentioning here that on AGMH, it needs to clear the 5-minute MACD. We'd love to see that this histogram maybe compress and try to show that it's going to flip green, or maybe see one of these lines cross to the upside again.
I'm still thinking that we're going to come back up and try and recapture view up, and we get a rejection.
I'll tell you what, 13, and we just tried that. We were about 3 cents away, and it just did not have the strength. Pulled back down. Looks like it's doing it again here.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking happens here with AGMH. We'll see if that's right or not. Yeah, absolutely. Trade them, don't own them.
Yeah. I think that, you know, when it comes to some of these names, especially some of these like crazy movers that have really ripped, your best bet is just kind of protecting yourself. Quick ins and quick outs.
Lightbridge still moving up, coming up to 17. This does appear to have a little bit of resistance up towards the 1750 area. We did have a high recently in August of 1880. So potentially some areas to watch for here. There's actually a really nice trend line here that you could draw.
On which one?
On the daily chart for Lightbridge, LTBR.
Got it. Let me do that real quick.
See how well this looks. Not too bad.
I think I see these peaks.
Yeah. It's, you know, you're going to draw through one of them, but it's
sure
they kind of increase over time. So still thinking that there's a bit of a trend there.
I was going to say clear trend despite drawing through it.
Exactly. So I think for me, the next level is going to be about that 1750 area, followed by 1880, and then wherever this trend line that we just drew goes beyond 1880, that'd be the next spot. So.
Tennis is life. Not to punt on your question here. Can OKLO break 120? Frankly, I think OKLO can do whatever it wants right now, which is one of the reasons I don't feel confident about new entry here. As far as 120 goes, we're less than 40 cents away. So, yeah.
All right. Go back to the 5-minute. Okay.
Oh, my God. AGMH.
Yep. There we go.
Not in it.
Went through VWAP. Let's see if this goes higher, if we get pulled back beneath it. It's right about here as I was looking to see if we would get rejected or not. So far, not looking like it's happening. Watch the MACD. If that continues to curl, this is probably going to indicate that there's going to be some more upside here. So far, holding above the VWAP.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, this is a tough one. We're seeing a nice movement here, but this is a tough one to really feel good about your entry. I guess really the only one here, the two ways that you could have played this here today by looking at the chart, at least for the current move that we're in, this bounce off the 65 EMA where it very clearly held that on the chart, that would have worked. Maybe a move through the VWAP here would have worked. I didn't feel great about that because it's really kind of been rejecting at the VWAP. We'll see if this sets up again. Pretty good volume here though. AGMH.
We do have Brea that went down beneath that 3275 level, almost hit the 65 EMA and then recaptured that level. So currently above it right now. We'll see if it can hold.
Barat, short Oklo 119. Barat, you're looking for a move back down to sanity levels, I'm guessing, right? You have a target on your short there? And I guess while I'm asking about targets, might as well also ask about stops on the downside.
Smoke Tuna saying AGMH will go.
I'm looking for entry on this. I don't know if I see entry on here. I think after a power move like this, especially on volume, I might get some selling into that. So I'd like to see this maybe pull back and hold a level. I'm trying to be, I mean, I know I'm asking for a lot, right? Some of these just kind of move without doing the stuff that we need them to do, but just don't feel great about buying a pump.
Where's your VWAP?
I've got the VWAP in my broker is at 679 and 669 in trading view here.
That might be it, or maybe 7 or your VWAPs is probably what I would say could be the potential entry free. But you do your thing. I don't want to tell you where your entries are.
Yep, no, that's totally fine. I'm gonna keep an eye on it here, but again, I just don't want to chase a pump.
Mm-hmm. Lightbridge hit 17, backed off. WLDS also pulled back a little bit, getting support from VWAP. Zeus is still trying to kind of put in a
AGMH more here.
All right. Let's hit that 864 pre-market high and then that trend line. Really nice stock.
Yeah, this is all over the place. Not terribly easy. Buffalo by Bicycle, great entry there at 679. That was a little bit higher than the 65 EMA. Still pretty close to the VWAP though. Not a bad job if you hooked one. Just make sure this doesn't go red on you. And that's exactly it, Tuna. It can flush, and that's why I don't think chasing is the move here. I know we're seeing some pretty good price performance, but definitely not the move. App, yes, App has been a humongous winner. I don't know if Yassine is here. I know Yassine has made quite a pretty penny on that here this year. Thank you, Bharat, for asking the question here. I will stop out on Oklo at 121. So 2 points of risk to the downside. What kind of target are you looking for on your short? 110, 100? Let me know.
ACHR and Joby having pretty good days, but these are getting pretty extended as well. Looks like Brea still trying to get support from that 65 EMA. AGMH back down to VWAP.
Yep, that's why we didn't want to chase. I still got it above VWAP. We'll like to see if it holds. That BRFH bar fresh. This was from yesterday. This halted earlier today. Looks like this is halted again, this time to the downside.
Yeah, that VWAP area might be the spot in AGMH, but like we said, we'll have to be careful. But it looks like with the MACD, we are starting to turn around here.
There we go. There's Yassine. Just play it this morning, small, but winning still.
Nice.
Played that a few times. Bharat, thank you. 114, your target on that short. Webcoin, IDAI, what is it about this company that interests you? Very, very, not a huge float, not a whole lot of ownership, fairly undiscovered. They've got verification technology that we think is going to be extremely important as AI proliferates, just to make sure things are legitimate. I believe I can't remember if their verification technology is ID based. I'd have to go look back through some of the notes that we have. But basically, it's a play on verification for the purpose of not being fooled by AI. Is it still halted? That is kind of a long halt if it is. Again, I don't have a ton of this, so it's not as if I'm going to be able to retire if this thing goes ham, but
yeah, this I don't know.
IDAI Trump pump? Did Trump tweet something about this? No, that can't be. Steve wants to take a look at FFAI. We just interviewed the CEO, Jerry Wang, here this morning. Let's see what nice. Nice to see this trade up here today. I have no position on this, Steve, full disclosure. One of the reasons I wanted to bring him on is because we've traded this stock just as kind of like a mover in the past. We really didn't necessarily know much about the company, and I figured, hey, might as well raise the tide for everybody by learning about what the future plans are, if they have a path to profitability and all of that here. So I have no position on this. Nice to see it trading after that interview. What do you think about it? Let me know.
LifeBridge still hanging out above 16. Brea looks like that's trying to get back above its 65 EMA.
Let me see on IDAI if there is anything in here that I can determine for you.
IDAI is open now?
Yeah, it is just a circuit breaker. IDAI open. Looks like it's hitting 4 now, above 4.
It hit 425. It backed off. It's coming down. It came down to VWAP, almost hit it. Should see this thing go higher. WLDS. It looks like it's getting some support from VWAP. That looks like it wants to try and push above 625.
Another thing regarding IDAI here, just kind of, this is, again, the discussions of this originated in Happy Hour. One of the members, not 13 or I, but one of the members has actually done some individual research on this. This is a former private equity guy, so he knows what he's doing when it comes to doing research. He's got really good contacts that he can lean on for that. One of his predictions, and remember, this is just an individual prediction. This is not a recommendation. It's not guaranteed. He thinks that based on if things really kind of ramp here, the way the stock is structured with its share structure, it has the potential of going to 50. Now, I want to be very, very careful here because I don't think that this is necessarily going to 50 here in the near term. I'm not saying that you should buy it in the hopes that it goes to 50. But what I will say here is that, especially now where I don't really have a big position in this, I'm okay holding this. And I do think that this theme is going to get bigger and bigger here. So I'm not necessarily looking for just 1 or 2 points here. I'm looking for more of a 10 bagger type thing. If I add to this position and increase my risk and my exposure to it, then I will start developing sell targets that are more reasonable than something extravagant like a 10x move from where we're at now. IDAI, it is trading well here. AGMH too, it actually looks like this is going to try and retake 8. 8, definitely some significant resistance here. We've only peaked above it. 13, I know that you look at this sometimes. We've had 0 candle closes on the 5-minute chart above this 8 level. So still do think this is operating as a resistance area here, AGMH.
But it's interesting too, because we are seeing that the momentum is starting to swing to the upside, and the more that we continue to hammer this $8 level, the more that we have for a propensity to just see a really big breakout that takes us above the pre-market high. So kind of waiting to see if that's what we end up getting here. But $8, as you pointed out, very important level where we could see a breakout. Okay, Zeus, not a whole lot of stuff that's really looking okay. AGMH, there we go. Just had that move that I just was looking for here. That popped us up to 896. It took us over the pre-market high. Still no close above 8 yet, though. But we have 3.5 minutes left in this candle, so we'll see what happens. And Light Bridge looks like that's trying to set up. I don't know if it's let's see what happens at VWAP, if it can hold above VWAP or not. Starting to get a little bit of some of these names coming in. ATMV, is this really doing anything? Doesn't look like it is yet. That's the SPAC we were talking about. Rich Check Robotics coming in. Here we go. AGMH right to the trend line, and we're probably going to halt now. X Sniper, well done. All right, we halted here, and there we are. We're halted. AGMH. Yeah. All it glitters. It popped, went to that trend line that we drew, and well, it's not on this screen here, but AGMH. They went to our trend line, Ryan.
Yeah, sure did. And look at that, 943. We're halted up here. What a winner! Grats to anyone that I'm disappointed I didn't have this one. Damn. Grats to anyone that hit this. Really, really good stuff here today.
All right. What's next here? So while that does its thing, looking at Joby here, we're getting a little series of upper shadows. So I'm not sure if we're going to roll over with this one or not, but it's not looking that great at the moment.
This is Joby that you're looking at?
Yeah, because we just had some moves up there, and now we're kind of broadening the price action here, but it's, it looks like there's, more sellers than buyers right now. So kind of waiting to see if this ends up coming down to VWAP and get support.
Lion says my printer has plenty of ink. Brr.
Nice.
Let's go, Lion. The money printer. That's a shirt right there. Just a money printer. And then my printer has plenty of ink, ... and then brr, with cash flying everywhere. That is, oh man. 13, maybe we should actually work on this. So we got some really killer ideas.
Sounds good to me. Somebody mentioned bull earlier. That had a nice impulse move to 1330. It backed off. Now in this next candle here, we're trying to get back up to that level. There is a seller in the way at 1330, so we're going to need to see some more volume to get through that. IDAI pushing higher now. New highs of the session, 438.
I've got the high there, 442. Looks like this is pulling back here. I'll tell you what, just kind of looking at some of the action here today. If I were just buying and selling and trading either AGMH or IDAI today, these are all over the place, and it's a very high probability that I get shaken out on this. The fact that I don't really have a ton of this, it's allowing me to really just kind of sit here and not be at all moved by the volatility that we're seeing here. I guess it also helps that my entry price is 293. Stock's almost double from that, but nonetheless, it's just something to keep in mind here. If you're going to play some of these volatile movers, I really think it behooves you to be quick on the entry and exit.
Yeah, especially if this is nothing you have any intention of holding or
right.
investing in.
Right. For me, it's like a really good point there, 13, that I should have made. For me, this is the goal here is a long-term hold for like a 10 bagger.
We end up opening lower today.
EOSE, which we talked about yesterday, more call buying here today. This has an extension on its move from yesterday. Izzy, nice job on your Amazon scalp. Looks like Izzy's back on the wagon there.
I mean, a little bit of a pull across the market here.
Market is off its highs here. SPY, Dow, and NASDAQ all off their highs. Still kind of inside the range, though, from yesterday.
Yeah, looks like some of these are trying to turn around. We got 3 red down candles with Joby here. Maybe this current one that we're in takes us back up to 1530.
Yeah, Lion, I will. If I hear anything about that call, I've actually looked at the Twitter streets a few times here, but they're not popping with quotes from that. Also, for any of you that are pro members here, if you want to keep track of the Trump-Xi call here today, one of the ways that you can do it is filter a news feed by only SPY. I have got to guess that if we start hearing things off that phone call, they are going to be tagged in this news feed here. So I will keep an eye on this. I'll let you know. If we see anything here. Ryan asking if I see any NVIDIA calls. Let me check here. It's really been Tesla of the Mag 7 names that has had repeat call sweeps here and a nice move to the upside. Tesla actually off the highs, but still higher here by what? 2.5%. Let me take a look at NVIDIA and see what the scanner says here for us on unusual option transactions. All right, so it looks like there are definitely some sweeps here. Let's see. A lot of these are 0 DTE. A lot of these sweeps are expiring here today. Remember, we also have a triple witching here today, so that's something else to keep in mind. When we look at the chart here on NVIDIA, pretty good work being done. We are actually taking out this near-term trend line here today. This is from the all-time high put in on August 28th through the recent high that we put in. This trend line is actually getting broken as we speak. Also looks like some of these unusual options are likely closing orders as they are beneath the current price here. Either 0 DTEs or closing orders. I don't see many long-term bets here. I guess we've got this one, 185 call for October, early October. That looks like a short-term swing bet to the upside.
Whoa! AGMH just exploded. Sorry.
It's fine. Let me go back to it. Wow, $11. God, now I'm pissed I missed this. I'm just glad you folks are hitting it here. Here's 1132, your high print, AGMH. Smoke Tuna said this one will go. Boom.
Yeah, what do you think, Smoke Tuna? Do you think we're going to see 1475 pretty soon? 1475 to 15?
Man, this feels like a miss. I wish I hit this one here today. Damn. And I tried to buy.
Ryan, do you remember that speculative name I sent you in Slack? That was a company that's tokenizing gold. STEX.
No, not off the top of my head. What's it doing?
Oh, it's going up.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought this was a pretty interesting one. We can get into this another time, but this is a company that's looking to tokenize gold. They're creating tokens that are backed by physical gold. So
position?
very small, like a
Okay,
lottery
so
ticket.
yeah, it's like a starter. I got you.
Yeah. Just wanted to see if it would do anything. It's pretty good. But we'll see if, what comes out of that. Looks like IDAI back down to 370. Probably going to end up with a lot of this before this rips higher. You know, this back and forth. Brea over now.
RCAT looks like that's trying to move higher here. We actually have an intraday trend line on the 5-minute that we might want to pay attention to on RCAT.
Getting asked about a float for AGMH. The float we have is
1.94.
Yep, 1.94 million. Oh, wow. WLDS had a pop all the way to 671 and then came back in. Webull approaching that 1330 again. Still hasn't hit it yet, but it's making its way up there. Brea trying to turn around after hitting 2707. This thing was really selling off here. BM&R. Zoo's not really nice. No, it hasn't really been really nice this morning. It hasn't really done a whole lot. Kind of waiting for this thing to turn around. At a 65 EMA, this is going to be one of the last spots I think I would rely on for it to turn around. If we lose this, then we're probably coming right back down to where the impulse move started. Not a great one this morning, unfortunately. All right, new highs in Webull, 1335 now.
Brea looks like that's coming back in, maybe 25.41 if it settles there. AGMH trying to discover which direction it's going to go next here. Bull flagging on the 5. UMAC, another drone name, Unusual Machines. This also up by about 12.50 here. Let's see if Serve it continues to run. Serve looks like we're about to print some new highs there. NNE, I think somebody asked about this one earlier. This looks like this is going up in sympathy with Oklo here. This is on its second leg higher already today. NNE, really good volume on this name as well.
All right, here we go with Joby. Look at this. That means that Archer's probably doing something similar as well. Yeah, Archer tried to push up to 10. Joby, 15.3 session high. Pretty good.
Pretty good is right. This AGMH, what a move here.
Well, I think we can increase the size of the Jane Smith index now. It's the not so small Jane index, right? Congratulations on your nice day.
Yeah, that's always good to have those on a Friday. I'm sitting here like you're just twiddling your thumbs. I feel like I missed it, and I just told you this is you never really get over the emotion thing. It's a constant battle, and the battle that I'm having right now is do not chase. Even if it goes to 15 from here, you have too much risk to reward, or too much risk on that R risk to reward equation. Easy for me to say. Good Lord.
AGMH just hit 1195. Kind of getting a little bit of back and forth right now. Don't know if we're finished here or not, but I do like how that last candle out of the halt used the trend line we drew as support.
Yeah.
So always happy to see the trend lines working.
Gary Morris taking a look at SMR. That would round out our nuclear names here. We've taken a look at OKLO and NNE. Might as well take a look at SMR as well. SMR, same type of deal. Oh,
yeah. Now, is it concerning to any? Oh, no, I'm sorry. That's. Oh, no, this is right. There is an insider sale from a Fluor shareholder. Is that how, am I reading that correctly?
On SMR?
Yes. So Fluor owned this, shares this company. They sold $96 million in shares as of yesterday.
Interesting. So that's a humongous insider sell there.
Yeah. Looks like they had options previously, so I don't know
Yeah.
if they were just selling those after exercising or what. But just kind of thought I'd point that out. Big seller from a major shareholder.
Dara says, I love how Ryan says don't chase, and I stop myself, and it literally goes down a minute later. Well, I'll tell you what, better that it does that than go up by like 50%. You'd be like, what is this Ryan guy telling me? I just look, the reason I say that, just full disclosure here, the reason I say that is because I've done it. I've watched these crazy moves. I've watched there be a piece of news. I've watched everybody on FinTwit circle the wagons and go after it. And I've been like, oh, I want a piece of this. And then all of a sudden, 20 minutes later, I'm looking at a big pullback. And I'm like, what was I doing? The reality here, what we talk about on a regular basis about finding some of these levels, Smoked Tuna tells you on almost a daily basis, focus on the entry. That's what's going to allow you to get in and then trade these moves for the really big gains. Notice today, I'm watching this thing go up. I'm watching all of you folks make money. And it's just, I just don't want to chase it. If this comes into a level that I feel good about and it holds there, then I'll maybe try some. But otherwise, I'm not trying to just kind of go crazy after things.
So Jay Rice, when you were asking me about WYFI here and whether or not this catches up to the other fiber names, because there's some fiber names, and I think some of them are in there that I believe they have to do with undersea cables, and I think that's kind of in a bit of a different situation than some of these interconnectivity cable companies for data centers that are all land based. So I don't know if I can give you a thorough answer to this, but let me just say this about what I think this company is. If they are, specializing in linking up data centers or different components within data centers, we are starting to see a lot of movement into the silicon photonics space. I think that's going to be the next big thing for data center and connectivity of data centers. Obviously, we're going to use fiber optics for that. I think that's going to be the case, but the components between the servers themselves and in one data center and the servers in another data center are all going to be linked up through fiber optics, and you have the components that are going to convert that the data signal from the servers to the fiber optic cables. I think that's going to be where silicon photonics really steps in, becomes a big part of this, and white fiber is going to be one of those companies that's going to help supplement that. So that's kind of what my initial thought is here. But without looking more into this, I can't give you a better answer beyond that.
Marcus here, look at this, up 8.5 points on FedEx. Marcus, how is that trade plan here? As long as this holds that price, as long as it holds this closing price, maybe it will go lower still, but as long as it holds this closing price, there's still an appetite for the long side here. Really, we just finished talking about how entry is everything and how you really need to focus on entry. Great job, Marcus. On this, look at this. It literally held 228. I know it peaked below, but it held this area. Now here we are, 233. Nice little move off that spot. Good stuff, Marcus. Nice to see you having a good day there. Aspiring pro, well, you're one step closer, buddy.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that at all, Line.
God, OKLO 123. Who asked about 125 earlier? I think we're getting it.
Hey, take care, Blaze Rhino.
God.
Have a great rest of your day.
Take care of yourself. Thanks for all your support. Be sure to smash up that like on your way out if you haven't already.
IDAI almost right back down to where the impulse move started. I bet that's just like shaking everybody out, and then the real move is going to happen later.
Like I said, there's just no reason to chase that. Look at this. And so I almost wonder what happened there, right? I almost wonder, was it just thin? Must be. 2 million shares outstanding. It only on average trades 46,000 shares, but today it traded just shy of 3 million. Come back in and let me add to it.
Ryan Summerall, thanks for OCC. This is certainly another one that could do the exact same thing. I don't think it's going to be one single company that's going to benefit from fiber optics. I think we're going to see a lot of them. Zoo's still trying to find that bottom. It might have found it, but it's kind of going sideways right now. I'm not going to take a stab at this one yet until I actually see a good reason to it. I'm not sure I'm there yet.
This might be one of those where we just have to kind of wait and see if volume starts to flow into it in the afternoon or around the lunch hour. If it comes in here and kind of bases and trades sideways, maybe that's a level to trade it against.
Light Bridge, new highs now, 1710 after it came back in, tested VWAP, got support, and now it went higher. Woohoo. AGMH 1290 is the high. Looks like Rich Tech Robotics is trying to turn around by getting support from the 65 EMA. Need to see more volume in this one. VWAP I have at 475.
Izzy, my average price on IDAI right now, 293. 293. LEU 292. Oh man, this thing might go to 300 today. Jay, didn't you say that earlier? Wow. Bloomberg was reporting that iPhone 17 users are noticing scratches. Noticing scratches as in like they used a refurbished piece in the new iPhone, or noticing scratches as in like they're scratching easily as a new device? LEU 294. This is going to make a move to 300, I feel like, today.
Yeah, at this point, it wouldn't surprise me. But hey, you know what? If it does, then maybe it comes back in. Like really comes back in.
What are you referring to?
LEU.
You're right.
And maybe even the other nuclear name, just like Oklo, because that was hitting some highs as well. GMA.
There's Open Door. This has been another recent trader for us. This one's actually lower by 1.6%. Iowa Hawkeye Sports. So it looks at, some people are saying that iPhone 17 is actually using used parts. That would be no bueno. It's correctable. It's not necessarily a death knell, but I don't think that would be received very well.
Yeah, Apple stock hasn't really moved yet.
Apple higher by 1.36%. Oh, you mean move down on the new? Gotcha. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Joby and Archer still going higher. Looks like Archer's going to have a date with 10, Joby with possibly 16. LAES high of the day.
Thoughts on APLD? I don't really think that I have any new thoughts on this one. We've taken a look at this. I'll be honest, this is not one that I've really kind of been swinging, and much to my dismay, frankly, this was a huge move off of 4. As far as thoughts here, as far as the chart goes here, definitely want to pull back. In fact, you could see that a lot of these pullbacks to some of these EMAs even on the daily end up getting bought. Just as kind of a reminder here, designer, developer, and operator of next generation digital infrastructure across North America. This absolutely has a data center angle to it. High performance computing and artificial intelligence. So it's in the right theme. I think this can really go higher. We've actually traded this on a number of days where it's really had some good news. Let's see what analysts say about this in terms of price targets. We're right at where those highs are, right? The street high price target from Craig Hallam, $23. We're basically right there. Here's my thought. This is absolutely in the right sector, and I don't think the story's done here. But if you're looking for this for a trade, I think, again, just kind of the theme of the day here, probably want to wait for this to pull back. If you're in this now, maybe trimming into upside moves to kind of put cash in your pocket and then adding on support levels, that actually might be a repeatable trade plan here. overall with the company, I think that this is probably going to trade with the rest of the AI theme. And I don't think that we're done there. Tom here saying earnings October 9th. So no position for me on this one. Sorry. And then here, just looking inside here, just for today, this is actually kind of a nice move, right? Nice little impulse move higher. Now it's kind of flagging a little bit. Realistically, though, this 20.5, 2067-ish area, this would be the area that we really want to break above for another move higher.
Hold on, who said this? Somebody mentioned EVTL. ET3 did. And yeah, this kind of looks like this has been kind of lagging the whole drone theme.
ETVL?
Yeah. No, EVTL.
Nice little move here today on this.
Yeah, but look at the daily chart. This thing hasn't been, really participating in the drone theme that much, it seems. Maybe last year it did, but not this year.
Someone else earlier was asking about Resolve, RZLV. We've taken a look at this the past couple of days. I wonder why this keeps getting asked about. I know maybe it's Resolve AI, so maybe part of the AI plays, but this stock's done nothing. 665, 650 looks to be a support level. It's really kind of drifted back down almost from a 9 handle on the last test here, but I don't really see anything going on with this right now. I don't really know that there's anything. I'd watch the volume on this.
Oh, okay. So that's the only European Union drone stock. So that's interesting. And how much work are they doing with Ukraine? I guess that would be one of my first questions. I know that Ukraine's trying to move a lot of their weapons production out of the country and into some NATO countries so that it makes them less likely to get attacked by Russia. So kind of just, wondering about stuff like that, if this has anything to do with Ukraine's drone manufacturing capability.
Dave, nice win there, AGMH. You've had several pretty nice wins this week, haven't you, Dave? Looks like this was a good one for you. Good stuff. Smash up the like if our team helped you with that. And when I say team, I also mean chat members here. We're all on the same team. Oh, here's some breaking news. Local Chicago news for you. For the first time in 98 years, you can officially swim in the Chicago River. Yeah, I'll pass, but cool if you want to do that.
You only live once.
That's true. I'm not going to dispute that.
Oh, thanks, Marcus. Yeah, so this might not be so much drones as it is more just EV tolls, like personnel transport aircraft.
See, Boogie, I am doing well. I hope you and yours are also doing well. Can you take a look at Reddit? I see a $230 price target. So I am with you on this. 13, I'd actually love to get your opinion on Reddit here. I'll be honest with you. I still think that there's a big short to be had here. Now, just to be fair, I have been saying that I haven't understood this and think that this is a short since the IPO, and this thing has screamed higher. So take my opinion on Reddit with a grain of salt. I also don't use Reddit. I think Reddit is toxic AF, to use the lingo of the day. I don't use it. I don't necessarily understand, but just kind of looking at the chart here, boy, you have a 230 price target. I wouldn't even really be shocked if 210, 215 gets figured out here. The recent high move here puts us at right about 230. So I think I like your target a little bit there.
That candle yesterday, very much looking like a topping out candle,
yeah,
a personal candle. I think I agree. This looks like it's going to come back in. It has been on a really big run too, and there's like as you were saying, Reddit is a absolute cesspool of misinformation and really strong language. So
yeah,
I don't know how much higher this goes. I mean, I could see this potentially going up to the trend line, but with the environment we find ourselves in right now, I feel like this could come back in.
Real quickly, take care of yourself, Patrick. Really good stuff here this week. We hope to see you next week. As far as Reddit, I'll give you a little anecdotal story here on Reddit. I was replacing the air filters in my car, and it required a socket for a bolt that I didn't have. Turns out that it was actually an external Torx that I needed, but I didn't know at the time. And I was asking one of my buddies who does Reddit all the time. He took the picture I sent him, he posted on Reddit and say, hey, what do I need to get this bolt off? I think it's a security nut. And he did get the answer that it was external Torx, but a vast majority of the comments were people calling him a moron for not knowing. And it's like, well, what the hell? You got, I don't care who it is, my friend or not. If you got someone that says, hey, I don't know what this is, can you tell me this is what I think it is? And the response is, you're dumb because you don't know. That's not an environment that I think is really kind of great. He actually told me, he's like, I took the post down because everyone just called me an idiot. And I was like, well, first of all, you're not an idiot. Thank you for getting the answer for me, because now I can actually replace my air filters. But I was just unsurprised by the behavior of the people that actually use Reddit. Now, I don't know how that translates to the bottom line in the P&L, so it's kind of why I don't have a position right now.
Well, I mean, if more people, like yourself, find that distasteful and they stop using the platform, well, that affects their bottom line. It's one of those companies that depends on their usership.
Yeah, absolutely. And really quickly here, Dip Buyer saying, where do you guys see Micron? I'd be happy to give you an opinion here, but it is worth noting Anne-Marie is going to cover Micron today on the option show. So Dip Buyer, be sure you stick around for the 11 o'clock hour, 11:30. We're going to be talking about Anne-Marie, and she is telling you that she has an update on that.
Maybe even bring up a possibility of a DraftKings put trade.
Okay, on the short report, maybe a DraftKings.
Well, partially on the short report, but I looked at the chart for DraftKings, and it looks like we're going through a lot of similar motions that we did when we had the first drop that took us down to the SPAC price. Look like we're having, putting in a bearish pattern here, like a head and shoulders. So kind of thinking this is looking a little bit bearish. And the short report pointed out some great points. But I'm looking at the chart here and thinking, man, this thing doesn't look that great right now. So just kind of wondering if there may be a put trade.
Okay, we'll ask Anne-Marie about that. Jamie here saying that is so sad. Imagine bullying someone trying to learn. And you know what? So I can't stop or control or change anything on Reddit, but this is another, that story is kind of why I say here on the show all the time, folks, I encourage everybody to ask questions. I tell you all the time, there's no such thing as a stupid question, is because I don't want that environment to take foot in anything that I'm doing. I don't want to participate in it. And I certainly don't want that to be a part of what we're doing here. So I'm with you on that. We're going to run our ship a little bit differently here. Ryan, you didn't know that? What an idiot. I get the joke there, right? Oh, man. But that's like true. It's like, that's like actually like, I don't know. It was kind of off-putting. I'm just glad I got my air filters in there. Car got more power from it, so giddy up. QMCO, Quantum, absolutely going buck wild here. We're actually above yesterday's high there. Looks like an $8 break sent this thing to 12. Volume is actually still on the expansion side here. Wouldn't chase it, but still on the expansion side. We have no fresh news. Last news here was some SEC forms from Wednesday. Let's check the insider thing. Looks like there was just recent insider sells. Not sure what ticker QMCO is running on, but this seems to be moving with the rest of the quantum names here. Check in on Rigetti Spaghetti and see how that's doing. Still holding near the high, so it looks like QMCO was the roll into there.
Yeah, let me see if I can find something on this. Maybe there's something in. No, it's probably not that.
Did IDAI go red? Is that what you were saying, X-Sniper? Let's see.
You
know what?
It went down to 292.
Okay, it went down to 292. My average is 293. Let me pull this up. You know what? You know what I'm going to do, folks? Where are we at? We're sitting right here at 3. Okay, I'm actually going to add a little bit to this. We got a nice pop up there to 442. It came back in. I got a long-term view on this. I already have kind of a small position. I'm going to try and add a little bit here. Filled 305. My average now 297. So we crept it up a little bit here. But there we go. Add to IDAI. Remember, I'm not day trading this. Unless this thing goes to 50 today, I'm still going to be in this next week. So I got time on this. But we'll add on this move back down here. Again, this move here, a graphical representation of why chasing is bad. Don't forget that. But with the long-term approach, now that we've been patient and kind of waited this out, now we've added to this a little bit. And if it goes again, we'll be in even better shape. If it also important on a move like this to not over add, right? Don't over add on this, because if this gets cut in half, this goes to $1.50 and I still believe in the long-term plan. Well, guess what? I'm probably going to add some more down at $1.50. The last thing that I want to do is get myself into a position where it's like, okay, this has to go up. Otherwise, I'm going to be freaking out. Avoid that at all costs, especially on names like this. IDAI at 3 now. There's a round number for 3.
Oh, thanks to info, Dip Buyer. OpenAI reportedly plans to spend $100 billion on backup servers.
Guys, has anyone seen any news come out of the Trump Xi call? I haven't. I'm looking around here. Let me check Pro again. I'll check that news feed that we just talked about.
Probably don't want anything to come out of that until Trump says it all. Getting a little bit of a move down here in SPY.
Yeah, we are. It almost looks like a little bit of a leak as opposed to like a flush.
Remember, it is past that 10:30 time where volume does leave. So
SEC will move to overhaul investor disclosures. Supreme Court doesn't immediately act on Trump bid to fire Cook. CDC panel delays vote on newborn hepatitis shots. So these are the most recent big. I don't know if there's anything market moving off of that, to be quite honest with you. Lion, take care of yourself. Enjoy your weekend, boss.
Take care, Lion. What do you, Marty? Is that another crypto name now? Peanut the Squirrel?
No, Peanut the Squirrel was a very beloved pet that got murdered by the New York government.
I remember that now. Sorry. I forgot all about that. The last thing I remember about any animal with being involved in New York was Pizza Rat.
The giant rat that would steal entire pizzas, right?
The one that was pulling the slice down into the subway.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm not up with all my
it's quite all right.
My animal happenings. All right, well, we got a little bit of pull here in Joby and Archer. Looks like a lot of stuff is kind of getting a little bit of a pull here.
Oh man, Tyler Hero undergoing surgery on his left foot. Someone do a wellness check on Mitch Hooch. Someone do a well. He's a big time Heat fan. He loves Tyler Hero. He's going to miss the entire season. Oh, this reminds me. This is a really good time to do this. So, I know there's a lot of overlap in sports fandom and betting, as well as with stocks. And we just had earlier this week, we had Dan Leach on talking about one of his ridiculous parlays that was like 30,000 to 1 or 3,000 to 1 or whatever it is. So here's what I think we're going to do. I think we couldn't do it this week, had too much of a scheduling issue, and we had multiple guests here this morning. But I think what I might do next week might bring Dan on for a 5 to 10 minute segment about parlays, sports betting parlays. Is there any appetite for that? If you guys just don't want that, we won't force it. We're not going to pound a round peg into a square hole. But if there's any interest in that, maybe towards the end of the show, we could take a couple of minutes at the end of the week and maybe give some insight into some sports bets. Let me know in the chat if that's something you folks are interested in. Ryan 13, do you like Stephen King? No, I've never really liked horror stuff, and that guy is a sick, demented individual. No, I do not like him at all.
Well, I don't have an opinion on him.
Iowa Hawkeye Sports hit a plus 1,800 parlay on the game last night. Giddy up. I love parlays. Just passing through says, sounds good. Eli says, yes. We love parlays. Okay. So there is at least a little bit of an appetite. I don't want to take away from our main focus here at trading stocks, but maybe we'll see if we can do that just for a little fun, especially while the football season is in full effect.
AGMH, after getting support from that trend line that we drew, this thing turned out. What's up?
Day trader. The fart coin thesis is simple. Hot air rises. For heaven's sakes. Dip buyer asking if I have money on the Bears. No, I would. If I wanted to waste money, I would flush it down the toilet.
Wow, we're really pulling on a lot of these names.
Shady, we talked about it. We couldn't fit the schedule in. And again, I'm trying to do this as kind of a bonus. In no universe is sports betting talk going to replace the main thesis of what we're trying to do here. So what I'm trying to understand is there an appetite? And maybe we can fit it in towards the end where we're not changing what we're doing on a regular basis. But I appreciate the feedback here.
We're really getting a lot of these names that come in. Got Lightbridge, that's down to its VWAP. That looks like it's going to potentially come in some more. WLDS, this thing rolled over, lost its VWAP. Zoos, this one it looked like it was going to start to form a base.
Yeah.
65 EMA goes lower.
And this is why you wait it out, 13. This is a really good representation of why you wait this out. Just be patient. Don't try and front run it.
Yep. Now AGMH, this one looks like it wants to try and get back up to 1290. But the volume is a little concerning here. We're not getting the same amount as we were earlier this morning. So if we are going to get that move over 1290, it's going to be a little bit spready. And what's looking good to you? Because not a whole lot's looking that great to me at the moment. SPY coming down to that previous all-time high of 661.04. Well, this was a great Friday.
Yeah, I tell you what. Now looking at what the market's doing here, the broader market, and also some of these smaller movers. Now I wish even more that I was able to hit AGMH today, because that was really the good trade, and there really hasn't been a lot that's materialized since then. Maybe something happens here in the afternoon, but man, oh man, AMGH, right? AM. Or is it AMHG?
No, it's AGMH.
Ryan. Thank you, 13.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Buffalo, when you had to call and talk to people.
Yeah, Shady, I'm good. That's good. I'm good. It's good to know. Look, it's good to know that there's an appetite for it. I'm sorry we couldn't get it done today, but I will try and work on this. If we're going to do it, we're going to do it right. Okay, we're going to try and not be all over the place and all of that. So, Tennis's Life is asking me if the CEO will allow it. I'll tell you what, Tennis, I don't know, but this is the way I'm going to play it. I'm going to, instead of asking for permission, I'm going to ask for forgiveness. Because here's the deal. If you guys like that and you guys are still kind of hanging out here, I don't see any problem. One of the other things, just kind of pulling the curtain back here, no promises, okay? No promises. Don't quote me and try to get me in trouble if this doesn't happen. One of the things that we'd actually like to add to Benzinga Pro are some polymarket or Kalshi like odds on things. Just like kind of lines, and not necessarily for the purpose for betting, but just so you know kind of where the public is. Like if there's a question about, is Elon Musk going to leave Tesla in favor of something else? And there's some, betting odds on that. Wouldn't you folks like to know what the public is thinking about something like that? I think it would be cool to kind of pipe those odds in for certain things like that. So I don't anticipate there's going to be a problem, but I'm going to ask for forgiveness if there is.
I'm just looking to see if there's any updates, any live updates to the Xi-Trump talk.
Yeah, I haven't found any, 13. I've been keeping one eye on the Twitter streets and another eye on the news feed, and I haven't seen any. So here's LDI on this pullback. Jay, you were talking about this one. LDI rolled over is Does open need a rest too? So here's what I would ask on LDI. So we've had a pretty good move in this. Now it's rolling over. So where's the spot that we would like for this to firm up? Is it in here at 350? Maybe another 20 cents from where we're at? Is it lower than that? Maybe this 327-ish area? Maybe this gap fill down here, 289. What's the spot here on LDI for a load? I also have the, what is this? The 15 EMA on the daily here, actually at 358. And this actually lines up pretty nice. So maybe 350, 358 there.
I feel like it's probably going to be lower.
Okay. So you think the support level is probably closer to 3?
Probably closer to 3. Yeah. I think that's kind of what I would go with. If you draw a horizontal line at 3 and you look to the left into like 2023 and 2022, you kind of see how that, and there's some other areas that we could hit first. So not ignoring that, but 3 seems like that's the really, big area that the price was having a hard time recapturing. And now we've finally done it. So I think that big, difficult area that it's been trying to get over is now going to act as support. I think it'll be closer to 3.
Okay. All right, there you go. Jay, what do you think on LDI? If it does cool off, are you interested in this? Or I guess if you don't like LDI, what do you think about open?
It might just be, better to just kind of let those things, cool off for a bit. They've been doing pretty good. I want to say that they're not going to go higher. They have the potential to do that, but some of these look like on the daily chart that they could, go lower for a little bit of a time. Brea might be coming back.
Micron, maybe this is coming back in 155 on Micron.
Micron does need to come back in.
Yeah, it sure does. And you know what? Look, we talked with, it was Derek on Tuesday. Where was Micron on Tuesday? All right, Tuesday, Derek was talking about a potential reversal in some of these names. That was right around 160. We popped here. Now we've come back in. Part of me wonders if we break down a little bit more. As a reference here, the other tickers that we talked about, WDC, that pushed higher. STX, Seagate, that pushed higher. And what was the other one? SanDisk, SNDK was your other one here. Here's your SanDisk chart. All of these still pretty extended. Jay, appreciate the answer here. You think both open and LDI need a rest?
Yeah. Did you put WDC on there too?
I did.
Oh, okay.
I did.
Yeah. The storage companies and, the DRAM, flash memory, that's, Micron's spot. They have earnings in 4 days. The way, because of how much this is run, it kind of makes me think that earnings could be sell the news. What do you think?
Sorry, I was Mitch actually responded to me. Could you repeat that? I'll give you an answer.
Micron has earnings in 4 days. Do you think that earnings report could be sell the news?
I do. Yes, I do, especially with the extension. Anne-Marie says, I think we break down in I can't wait for Anne-Marie coming up in 8 minutes, folks. Can't wait to cover Micron on that.
Yeah, this thing pretty extended. I mean, this at the very least is due for a mean reversion. This thing being, gosh, this thing is over 25% away from its 20-day SMA. This thing has to come back in.
I mean, I think even for a move higher, it's probably better if it comes back in.
Oh, absolutely.
Ed, take care of yourself. Have a great weekend, buddy. We'll see you next week.
Take care. Have a good one, Ed. Yeah, let's see if this comes back in. Maybe. Well, I think I'd be curious to see what happens at 140. I don't know that that's going to be the bottom. It probably can go lower, but 140 is going to be kind of like an alert spot. Once we get down there, we're going to want to see what happens. All right. Looks like
oh my God, AMGH guys, another move higher. Good God, has this been the stock du jour? 1430. Who called 14 earlier? That was two. That was everybody. We're gonna get them all. We're gonna get all of them. What a move!
This coming up to that resistance area that I was referring to. I don't exactly remember what I said it was, but I thought it was like around $15 because of the price action back from March.
Kathy, dude, Kathy, getting it done. Kathy, what do you have planned for the weekend? You must be, what a trade.
That was good
What
stuff.
a trade.
You want a dumb level? Stupid level?
We always want that 13. Is the Pope Catholic? I mean, come on.
1830. There's your dumb level.
Actually, I can see on the chart where you got this from.
All right.
There might be more dumb levels if we get that one. God, what a move here. I am officially disappointed in myself that I missed this one. I love that you guys are hitting it though. Kathy, what's on the wine menu for this weekend?
Light Bridge. This is trying to turn around after hitting VWAP. I think I'd like flag a little bit of caution here. If it gets up to 17 and fails to close over that, we might have a little bit of a bearish head and shoulders pattern forming if that happens. So watch for the price action with Light Bridge around 17. If it gets up there, we might get a rejection that could take it beneath VWAP.
15s AGMH.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. But and that's why I was saying that the stupid level is going to be the 1831. If I don't know that it gets up there, could if it's dumb enough.
Ryan, don't be disappointed. Discipline is key. You're absolutely right about that.
All right, no, Daniel, he's all out of that thing. But you know what? Yeah, hey, that's it. That's the discipline you need to exercise. You made your money. You're out of that thing. You're following your rules. You have yourself a profitable weekend, sir.
Yeah, no doubt. Smoke Tuna says, Ryan, you never take my calls. That's not true. I just don't take all of them. Sometimes I don't know what you're actually calling for a buy versus what you're looking at. That might be part of the problem. Hell, with IDAI, the call that you made, I already had it. So in some cases, I guess that's more rare, but in some cases I already had it. But didn't I trade? Wasn't APVO one of them this week on Monday? I took that one. There was another one this week that I think that you were talking about that I took. I can't take them all. And I'm not, not everything that comes into a load zone do I take. Okay, I won't do Yoda there. I won't take everything that comes into a load zone. But if something makes sense to me, there's several this week, Tuna, that I took. There's several. Can't swing at every ball. That's true. And I'm happy to report that the Cubs batters are no longer swinging at every ball they see. They're actually working the pitch counts. So we need that going into the playoffs here. By the way, speaking of calls, did anyone take any IPWR? I know I talked about this a little bit this week. Full disclosure, my average is above 7 on this, so I'm actually still down on this. I don't necessarily love talking about stocks that I'm up on. That almost feels a little bit like pumpy, like, I would rather I still believe in this with my price at average of 7. So I should definitely still believe in it down here at 580. And I do. The only reason I'm asking here is because it's very, very difficult. It's extremely thin, but this has actually moved up. I'm just wondering.
AGMH hit 1506. So got the area I thought it could go to. Now let's see if it goes to the stupid level. Let's see.
Shady, PCA needs to get hot again right as we go into the playoffs. Like, give me April and May PCA for October. Like, just make that happen. Get Kyle Tucker back from his mysterious calf injury, and I think maybe we can do some things. We had Cade Horton outduel Paul Skeens the other day. I mean, are you kidding me?
Archer and Joby both trying to turn around off their VWAPs. I don't think that they've got the volume to really, recover and make some new highs yet. So just want to point that out. Just be careful with Joby and Archer right now. They don't look like they're ready to turn around and go back up. Be careful with these, especially with volume leaving the market.
We are waiting for Anne-Marie. She did have an internet issue 13, so we might not be ready to go right at 11 here, but we are going to be going to that. Kevin, take care of yourself. Really good stuff there. Roadhog, okay. Hope that it works for you. Don't over-lever. Nothing is a guarantee. Remember, as I said, it is a risky position, but with risk comes potential high reward.
Yeah.
Wiss, on my team, rooting for the Cubs in the playoffs. Appreciate you, buddy. Retro, enjoy the weekend to you and yours. Enjoy the bike ride. Thanks again for all your support here. We'll catch you next week.
I'll hang around until Anne-Marie gets here.
I'll tell you what, 13, he is always available. In fact, this morning before our guest showed up and I just wasn't sure, I was like, hey, 13, can you fill some time? He's like, 1 sec. So 13 is always open to that stuff. He does a really good job. X-Sniper, my average on IDAI has now ticked up to 297. She announces that the talk with Trump was positive and constructive. Okay. China-U.S. relations are very important. China's position on TikTok is clear. Producers scrolling those comments along the bottom. Thank you, folks, for helping us with that.
Appreciate the information. It sounds like they're just spouting out vague words.
Right. Exactly. Give me something concrete, 13. I'm with you. Mazrur, enjoy your weekend. Take care of yourself.
Jeez. You guys are funny. All right.
She also went on to say that the U.S. should prevent undermining outcomes achieved in these talks. That is a very polite way of saying Trump better not open his big fat mouth. That's exactly what that means. We'll see if that ends up going on.
So he says we shouldn't do what they do? I don't get it.
Yeah, well, I'm not even reading that much into it. I'm trying to read to the laughable side of that. Tennis is life. What you need to do is subscribe to Benzinga Pro and join our happy hour show from 4 to 5 Eastern.
Yeah.
That's what you need to do. I understand that might cost you a little bit of money. I'm sorry about that, but I'm not really sorry about that because it's an awesome program. But we already have a show, and it's for Benzinga Pro members only.
Yeah, Ryan really built that thing up since I started,
it was a spontaneous idea during COVID. We just threw it together. But 13, not only you, but it was everyone else that was locked in their house. People just kept coming back and they kept coming back. And then they started contributing and then it started to grow. And then it really grew into something awesome. Now there's no taking it away.
Nope. It's a highlight of my day sometimes.
Yeah, me too.
We have lots of things happening, and we want to, see what other people are thinking that have been involved with this market for years, decades even. And it's really a great source of information. Lightbridge, by the way, went up to that 17 area that I mentioned. This is where we want to watch it. If we are going to see a breakout here, or if we're going to get that bearish head and shoulders pattern and come back down to VWAP and lose it. So this is the spot right here.
She asking for the U.S. to refrain from taking unilateral trade measures. Someone want to tell him? I don't know what else to say.
Tell me you live in your own world without telling me you live in your own world.
Anne-Marie is still having some trouble here. So somehow Tennis's life, despite being demanding, is getting his wish. 13 is sticking around.
What should we look at right now? Since it seems like, you know what? GMH, here we go. We're on a doorstep of 16. So maybe we'll get that stupid print coming up here. And there's 16. Still trying to hit it. There's a seller in the way at 16. Yeah, that's it, Tess. As soon as we get a truth, we're going to have every detail, right? Hey, Felicia, how you doing?
And some we didn't count on. Felicia here is our resident. Felicia, I hope I can say this. I won't ask for permission. I will instead ask for forgiveness if I overstep my line here. Felicia is our resident real estate expert. She is constantly listening to calls, finding information from the real estate industry, and then bringing it to the group and sharing it from a very educated position. In fact, the rocket trade that is already extremely profitable and cannot be a loss anymore because there's been so much profit, that came from her idea on Happy Hour. So like I said, this is not a me or 13 thing. This is a group thing. Frank, also from our Happy Hour group here, I second that. The Happy Hour is great. Bernhard, also a member of our Happy Hour group. They're the best. Amanda, our bestie. Amanda, you still out there? She checks in on the Happy Hour from time to time. Tell you what, I don't know if Anne-Marie's out there. I know she's dealing with her technology issue here. It's been pretty crazy to see Amanda advance from just the first time that she came in here to what she's doing now with some of these option trades. She always has a strategy. She shares it with the group. She breaks it down. She talks about it. Really, it's just awesome to see that. It's awesome to see growth.
Yep. Sir, Cyril just
17's AGMH.
Yeah. Okay. Here we go. We're getting close to the stupid level.
I like it. Was not like 20 minutes ago where you're like, do you want a stupid level? And we said, yes, of course we do. And here we are ticking up to try and hit that.
Yeah. 1830. 1830 is the spot. So
I can't believe I missed this away. Today.
And folks are cashing out of this. Well done. Stupid level. God.
Dave, double dipped up again. Let's go. Let's go. Glad it's working out. Okay, we have some comments here. China's Xi and Trump held a phone call. She said talks were positives. China-U.S. relations very important. China's position. We said all these already. Fair environment. Hopes U.S. to provide open, fair environment for Chinese firms. What about the other way?
Yeah, that's the big problem. We don't have access to their courts or anything. This is BS. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So
yeah, I don't know.
I don't buy this.
I was going to say, color me skeptical on this. Where's the truth bomb at this point now?
Yeah. Oh, okay. Looks like the House had passed a bill to avert the shutdown through November 20th. So that looks like a continuing resolution. Yeah. So okay, we're just still waiting for AGMH to do something. Look at that! Look at that! 1810. It hit 20 cents away.
Here's your pull.
And it is pulling
this is what it needed to shake out some hands here. It needed a pullback like this, no question about it. Now I think maybe a first pull level here, maybe this 1376.14.
Sorry.
No, I'm just wondering, what do you think about that? Maybe this is an area here, 14, 15, maybe. I don't know, but the range is so crazy. There's things everywhere.
Yeah, I think I'd say let's see what happens around 1375.
Okay.
I think, if there's previous levels that we can draw on from past days, that's, in addition to what the price action we got today, I'd be looking at that. It seems like 1375 to 13, probably the area where there's a demand zone. I was looking at Light Bridge because that did exactly what I was cautioning against. We did go up to that 17 area, did get that rejection. We are coming back down towards VWAP. We are starting to get more of this pattern fleshed out here. Hasn't fully developed. We need to see a breakdown beneath, looks like 1640, which is just under the VWAP. So that would have to be the next thing that happens. If we get that, probably end up coming down to the 65 EMA.
I believe any level of pro will see the way this works is that the banner for happy hour appears at the bottom of the screen in pro. So what that means is that you need to have pro to see the banner to register. Any level of pro should allow you to get into that. What was I just going to take a look at there? I'm losing my train of thought here. Sorry about that.
Was it one of the stocks I was talking about? Was it Light Bridge?
I got lost there. It wasn't Light Bridge.
Oklo? Was it LDU?
No.
AGMH?
It wasn't AGMH. Oh, yes, it was. It was AGMH because I wanted to take a look at this. So let's turn this back on. So you wanted a stupid level. 13 gave you an 18 one. We hit it. Your next one's 2026. That's your 200-day moving average on the daily chart. AGMH.
How about another stupid level? I don't even know if we'll see this because there's probably some going to be some resistance before this dumb level, but
35?
No, 31.
Oh, I was close.
But 24 looks like that could be a spot as well, based on how back in July last year, this was finding support down at 24. So I think, and then we reversed and went higher. So I think because of that, it's going to be an area of resistance at $24 level. But if we happen to get above it, then 31 would be next to me.
Okay, there you go. More levels for you. Don't know what it's going to do, though. Just because we're giving you stupid levels doesn't mean the stock's going to go there. I am happy that we're seeing this flush here. So far, if you use Thinkorswim or if you use any platform that has a VWAP with standard deviation bands above and below, this is actually bouncing off of the upper standard deviation band. That value, by the way, was 1522. Buffalo is asking who bought it at 18. Folks that aren't here that are trying to chase. That's who.
Shady Wady, Chijet. This is a hybrid and ICE vehicles company in China. Had some pretty good moves today. I don't know what the news is. Let's take a look here, see if there's anything that's telling us. Okay, so they appointed Jason Miller as COO, and this is another treasury name potentially, it looks like. So what are they going to be? So they are going to integrate Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Solana into its balance sheet. And that's the reason why Chief Operating Officer Jason Miller was brought on. So this is potentially another crypto treasury name. Let me look at the chart. This thing hasn't really done a whole lot lately, except go down. What happened on September 2nd? That was a really big drop. Let's take a look. September 2nd, it had a there was a filing here. It looks like this is some kind of offering. Classic ordinary shares underlying placement warrant, agent warrants. Yeah, so I guess that must have been just some dilution there. We have the following day that there was an 8 million offering for 13.5 million shares. That brought the float up to 15 million. Honestly, my thought here is if this can't, get back up to $1, it's probably going to be some kind of NASDAQ compliance issue. Yeah, okay, so you know what? April, it already has one. Granted an extension to meet NASDAQ compliance. I would look and see when that happens. Looks like they just, okay. And then May, they regained it. See, I'm just kind of working my way through the history of this thing because I don't know anything about this. Kind of feels like they'd still have to do a reverse split at some point. That's just kind of my thought on this. I don't know if that actually happens, but maybe they do go back above $1. But the longer they hang out down here, the more I'd be concerned about them, reorganizing their share structure.
Question here for you, 13. What broker and platform do you use? I said Pro and Webull. Am I correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep.
Cool.
Although I'd like to move on from Webull.
Okay. That's good insight. There you go. Profit Pilot.
All right. So it looks like Zeus is finally turning around here after just falling all day. Got a little bit of support near the 200 EMA on the 5-minute, trying to recapture the 65 right now. WLDS, speaking of 65 EMAs, that's trying to get support from theirs. Also starting to get a little bit of support from the SPAC that we were talking about earlier, ATMV. Still don't think there's really a trade there.
Bounce spot on AGMH was 1550.
Oh, geez.
At least so far. I mean, this thing has got. Now, I will say, just looking at the volume here, it's not as like power to the upside as it was earlier, right? It's kind of changing back and forth. It's compressing a little bit. I think the big easy money, I hesitate to even call it that, but the big move here, this has already happened. I would be very, very careful on buying this on pullbacks.
Yeah, I agree.
Interactive Brokers, I believe, gives you that type of interest on your cash, Marcus. And I think if you have big bucks, they give you even more than that.
Yeah. What else looks good? Not sure I see anything I'm really liking at the moment.
Not for new trades anyway. I also want to see if the SPY will stay just kind of inside its range here, or if we're actually going to continue this little rollover that the charts look like it's going to do.
How's Apple looking? You get any movement from that news yet?
Apple has slowly drifted higher, 243, your intraday high. Tennis is life here. Was up 1K, gave it all back though, only up $43. So I'm going to call it a day, call it a Friday before I tilt. Definitely a good idea calling it before you tilt. But one of the things I've noticed here, you seem awfully back and forth. Maybe that's not a good description. Very, very excited. I would try, just from what I know, and you know better than I, so maybe I'm off base on this, but what I would try is take a step back, take a few deep breaths, and maybe just try and kind of slow everything down and even it out. What we don't want you to see is having a good day and then all of a sudden having that go to a bad day. Learn when to walk away, learn when to back off the throttle a little bit and slow it down. I say that because I've been there.
I don't think it's a bad idea that it's, time to just hang it up. Don't want to go into the weekend red. It could be much happier if you just get what you get and call it good.
I'm gonna pull a cork on a bottle of red tonight. I'll tell you that much. It's been a while since I've had some red. We're gonna do that tonight.
We're still not seeing a complete breakdown of Lightbridge. It did get some support from some of these smaller EMAs. Still hasn't lost its VWAP, but I'm not saying that this is going to rally back over 17 yet either. AGMH, that's still kind of holding up here.
Yeah, the AGMH to me, just kind of looking at this, it'll probably make me look like an idiot and be wrong. This to me looks like it really wants to flush a little bit. Flush out some of those weak hands. I'd be entirely unsurprised if it bounced again. In fact, I would expect that. But it just looks to me here like there's a little bit of heaviness, and maybe we want to flush some of those weaker hands out.
Yeah, I think the good move has been made. And, that isn't to say that later on this afternoon we couldn't get this thing to go even crazier, as we've seen with some of these other names this week, like LASE.
Okay, 13. Let's wrap. Looks like we got Anne-Marie here.
Excellent. All right, folks. Another fantastic week with y'all. I had a great time, and I'm looking forward to next week. Maybe we'll start to see this market come in a little bit and provide us some trades in the opposite direction. But you know what, folks? Have a great time with Anne-Marie. Hope you have a wonderful weekend. I'll see you on Monday. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.
Okay, 13. Take care of yourself. Anne-Marie, can I get a thumbs up? Oh, that might be a frozen camera. Uh-oh, 13. I'm going to bring Anne-Marie on and see if this is a frozen camera. Let me see. That looks like a frozen camera to me. All right. 13, thumbs up. How's
everybody doing this morning?
You didn't even need
Is it Monday already?
You were just ready to go on that. All right. Now, I know Anne-Marie wanted to cover Micron. So if we are able to do this, we're going to just focus on Micron trade there. So I don't know. Let me put the screen back on here. You have to look at our mugs. Producer, let's get straight to the movers list.
Yeah, let's get straight to the movers list. You know what? So what's moving today? Anybody see anything that's been, providing some good setups? Go back to Lightbridge and see what that's doing. That's still trying to decide if that's going to reverse or not. We might just continue to move down towards a view up. We'll see. Meanwhile, what else do we have here? It looks like Webble is trying to recapture its VWAP.
Hey.
What's up?
I was just saying that I really feel like this is going to flush. I really feel like it just wants to pull. And look where we went to. We went right to the 9 EMA. Now, we've bounced so far. So, grats if you hit that bounce. But this is kind of what I was waiting for.
Okay. Looks like CJET. We still
CJET is a penny stock, isn't it? Isn't that like 19 cents?
That's the one that we were just looking at earlier because it was we were getting asked about it by Shady Wadey. This was the Chinese company that just appointed Jason Miller, and that might have also a crypto treasury angle. This one did pop up to like 34 cents, it looks like, and then came back in. This is, the one I was just talking about where, because of where the price is at, it potentially could reverse split.
Smoke Tuna says AGMH, I don't see much upside after this. And you know what? I'll tell you what, the volume kind of told the story on this one yet again. Look at this. Flipped from really heavy buying volume to selling volume, then kind of back and forth, compressing all the time. I would agree, Smoke Tuna. Maybe you do get some little bounces here, but boy, oh boy, that sure seems risky. I feel like the easy move was made already.
Look at GRRR. This is that's got support from its 65 EMA for 20 minutes, and now it's turning around and trying to get back up to the VWAP. It's worth noting that around 21.25, this is having a hard time capturing and holding that level, just ahead of VWAP. So keep an eye on that spot. But this certainly looking like it's trying to turn around here. What do you think?
Yeah, it sure does. And I'll tell you something. We've talked about this a few times on some of these levels, or excuse me, on some of these movers here. Look at these wicks above on GER before we actually had that little plunge down to the the 65 EMA.
Yep.
Yeah, right before. Look at these wicks here, right around 2130. Right beneath the VWAP. 2134 is your VWAP. So I mean, really, this is gonna be a resistance area here on GER if we trade back into it. Now, does it take it? Probably needs volume to do that. Volume's been compressing here. By the way, IDAI after that news and drop, that kind of a disappointing move here, down at 280. I'm telling you what, I'm gonna nibble again. I'm gonna add again here. This time, bringing my average price down to 292.6.
No, I know that wasn't you that this time, Shady. I was just mentioning that this was you that brought it to our attention initially.
Definitely a big seller in IDAI. I'll see if I can look into that. Boy, that peak above the 200, that got met with a big time seller.
Now, how many shares are we trading here? Doesn't look like all the holders of this stock were engaged in selling. So
no, I think this was probably, you got that PR this morning, you got algos and flippers to buy it, and then you got them all. It had no continuation in strength, and they just got puked out the backside. That's probably why it drove it down past where it opened.
AGMH, this is trying to push back up after getting some support from the $15 area. The volume's not looking great, so I don't know how much this comes back up. Brea continuing lower. And probably will get all these people stopped out or out of here before it finds a base and then turns around. I'm not particularly confident that this is going to continue to just go right back down to, the single digits that it was at. But we'll see. Just waiting for a bounce spot. Yeah, Light Bridge now down to its VWAP, getting some support there. Still looking like this could potentially lose VWAP. What else are we looking at? No tax on, yeah. FLD. Something wants me to look at. Let's look at FLD, Fold Holdings. And what does this company do? The Bitcoin Financial Service. I know about this company.
Good things, bad things, and different things.
I didn't think this was, like too much of a real company. I thought I didn't know that they had they were on an exchange, like a stock exchange. I just know about this because people that I've talked to with crypto have mentioned this before. The Fold app. This doesn't look, the daily chart doesn't look great to me. We got that bounce down to 250 and it brought us back up to like a 255, but we've been rolling over ever since. I guess it's encouraging that it's recaptured the 20-day SMA. Let's see if it can do that with the 50. That seems to be the bigger hurdle to get over, because the last time we tried to do that on August 13th, it was rejected and it went back beneath the 20-day SMA again. So I guess that's kind of what I'd be looking at here is see if it can get above the 50-day SMA and $4. $4 looks like a pretty heavy spot there. And if it can, then we might see this turn around and go higher. But to me, it looks like this wants to come back into 250. Just based on the way the chart looks since the April unwind, Liberation Day unwind, it looks like we're just kind of bouncing and coming back down to 250 where we're going to fall through later. Just looks that way to me. But I'll say this: if it does recapture that 50-day SMA and $4, I think it probably would continue to try and push up higher. But that's kind of where I'm at right now with this one. IMRX chart.
I'm going to refresh my platform here. I've got some type of problem.
It might be happening for me too. I'll just do a refresh. And let's look at some of these movers here. Looks like ATMB. It's still kind of in the same spot, trying to get back above its 65 EMA. Yeah, just seems like charts are having an issue at the moment.
Yep, I will mention it. I will mention it right now.
Looks like IDAI is trying to turn around. Curling up, still has to get above several levels here, including that $3 psych level. Gorilla Technology might be trying to turn around as well after getting support. We talked about this one, how it was getting support from the 65 EMA and started to turn around here. So let's see if that can continue.
My chart's back.
Okay, I will let's do a little refresh here. There it is. Okay, so IMRX, Immuneering. This thing has been ripping, it looks like, and it's getting pretty extended. Over 75 RSI on the daily chart, coming up to some some supply here back from 2023. The summer of 2023. You got June through August, just a bunch of sideways consolidation that's probably trapped a good number of traders up in here. So I would expect that as we get into this area, there could be some selling. Especially with the RSI being as high as it is. Seems like $10, pretty tough area that I would say to get through here. So $10 kind of like the near-term resistance area. I don't know how much higher it would go beyond $10 because of just how much of a run it's been on and how extended it is and how many sellers are in the way. So that's kind of where I'm at with IMRX. Let's see what happens at $10. If you get it up there and it starts backing off, then I'd wait for it to find some kind of a bottom or establish its footing. And that might not happen until around like 750 or lower, like around 6 maybe. So that's kind of where I'm at with the IMRX. See if it can get it even to 10. And if it gets rejected, 750 to 6, probably where you start to find its footing on a pullback. That would be my thought.
Good stuff there. Okay, sorry, group. Sorry about the tech issues that stopped Anne-Marie from coming here, but we are going to go to trading with Paulo here in a little bit. We're almost out of time, 13. Can't thank you enough for filling in here today, giving us some extra time here today. So really good stuff. We can, let's see, Paulo is ready. So if you want to give some closing words to the group, we can move over to that next here.
Hey, everything I said when I was going to come off the show earlier, all that. See you tomorrow or see you Monday.
Good one. Good one. All right, 13. Take care of yourself. We will see you next week. All right, folks, let's go ahead and bring on Paulo. Paulo, good morning. How you doing here today?
Hello, Ryan. Good morning. How are you? I'm doing fine, thankfully.
I am also doing well. I can hear you well. What do you got coming up for us here today?
Perfect. I got 5 potential stock picks for the upcoming weeks. And I also heard you're looking at Micron Technology, right? I got a good setup for that one.
Beautiful. Paulo, we can't thank you enough. We were going to cover Micron with Anne-Marie. We couldn't get to that today. Look forward to hearing what you have to say about it. Trading Made Simple with Paulo starts right now.
Welcome back, traders. This is Sandra with Trading Made Simple. I'm here to show you short-term proven strategies. People think trading is a one-size-fits-all market. It's not. We live trade and train daily. Let's talk trading.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. How is it going? Welcome to our live session. And I hope everyone is having a nice trading session today, quad witching. I understand it is their largest options expiration date in history. So we could be expecting some volatility through the trading session. Still, we're going to look at 5 potential buy setups for long-term investment. As always, we're also going to leave room to check some chart requests. So I do have access here to the chat room. So if the members would like to type any ticker, request any chart you would like to see, of course, I would love to do some technical analysis on it. All right, so let's start. Let me move this here 1 second. All right, and there it is. Okay, so our first chart is going to be Micron Technology here. I actually heard Ryan and the guys discussing this setup, and I wanted to share it as I do have here an Elliott wave count, which would be currently in wave 3. All right, let's go into the chart. A bit of context. After the COVID crash in 2020, we had a 5-point Elliott wave structure. Then actually we had a double top here for the stock, which ended up again on a 5-point correction, which brought us to our 2022 support trend line, macro support trend line, where we bottom. This support trend line dates all the way back to 2016. So it's more than a decade that Micron Technology has been finding very strong support from this trend line. This is a very powerful support trend line. Plus the support trend line, we also have the 200 weekly moving average, which of course would be a great spot to actually load up on some positions here for Micron. All right, so in 2022, we actually bounced here from this support trend line. We had a 5-count Elliott wave, which brought us again on the Liberation Day crash here on Monday, April 7, 2025, after the tariff shock. We actually had a bounce from this support, and this brings us to our new Elliott wave count. We had important volume coming in here, actually stronger than the volume we saw on the 2022 lows. So I wouldn't absolutely be surprised at all to see Micron Technology having a much stronger run than the one we saw through 2023 up until the top on June 2024. This stock actually made almost a 1-year bear market, proving that this was a great buy setup. All right, so here comes our Elliott wave count. First, we had the first big impulsive wave higher here, which we can call it wave 1. Then our wave 2 actually bounced from the 0.382 Fibonacci retracement, which is a pretty common retracement zone for Elliott wave corrections, which would be wave 2 or wave 4. Usually I like to see to see the 0.2 to 0.3 as my buy target 1, and my buy target 2 would be the 0.6 to 0.7 Fibonacci retracement if the certain stock is going for a deeper pullback. In this case, we had a strong bounce from the 0.2, proving that this is actually indeed wave 3 for Micron Technology. What I also like is that the weekly RSI indicator bounced from the oversold level almost all the way to overbought, and we actually had a big bounce from the 50 level, which would be kind of the neutral balance. So a trick I like to use on the RSI indicator when we're doing macro long-term analysis is once we have a flip, that means the indicator actually flips from overbought all the way to oversold, or from oversold all the way to overbought. The 0 level here, it's actually a great buy setup. And let's actually prove if through price history that actually proved correctly. All right. Let's actually start here. Then let's do it quickly as we have a lot of stocks we want to check. So first, oversold, we went slightly above 0. Here, slightly below, and then we had the rally. Okay, then we went all the way. We started here, that correction. Once we reach here, the oversold, we can see we were not able to break the 0 here. Then once we flip it through the previous bull market, the 0 on the RSI was constantly a buy setup. Here for Micron Technology, we flipped the 0, we went to overbought, and then we can see all these bounces from the 0. Right now we actually broke below it, and all these rejections were right at the 0. So now this brings us that we flipped it again, we bounced from the 0, and now we are at overbought. So this seems to be wave 3 for Micron Technology. I personally think Micron Technology will be able to break this strong resistance trend line located at 180, 82, 183, and it's breaking into a stronger rally. If we want to speculate a bit on where we could find a wave 3, a potential wave 3 end, a potential wave 3 top, I would like to bring here our trend-based Fibonacci extension tool. So we are measuring wave 1, and now we're starting to count for since wave 2 bottom. All right, so at 171, which we already met, the stock has already done a similar move to wave 1. Usually under Fibonacci, under Elliott wave counts, usually wave 3 tends to be in between 1 or 1.6 Fibonacci extension. Sometimes we can even reach 2.6, but I do think that for Micron, we might go to wave 3, then we could do the wave 4, and then we could be going for the wave 5. So how could this actually look at for Micron? Forget the time frames, because of course we cannot perfectly time the market, but I wouldn't be surprised to see a breakout from our structure, a retest of this trend line, resistance trend line now as support, and then maybe a potential rally. I wouldn't be surprised to see Micron Technology going all the way to 250. Of course, to know where wave 4 could bottom, and that first we would need to top on wave 3. But this currently looks like a very good buy-in setup. Looks like a strong rally. I'm not sure if I would be buying it right here, even though we're all the way on wave 3. But this brings us to another stock very similar to Micron Technology, which I personally actually invested last Friday, and I would like to share it here. And it is Marvell Technology. So Marvell Technology is actually showing here a very similar pattern to what we're seeing on Micron. All right, we are bouncing from the same structure which basically goes back 5 years here to, let me see actually where, yes, that was the bottom on the COVID crash in 2020. We had our first count, then we had our 5-point correction again to a 5-point count here into once again a 5-point correction. All right, what I do like from Marvell, let me show it here better. What I do like for Marvell, and this is very, very important, would be the volume. This is the weekly chart, and check this volume. This is record volume, and not only 1 week, multiple weeks. We're seeing this massive volume coming in. And how I like to use the volume, I like to interpret, where is this volume coming in? Is the volume coming in at support? It is a buy. Potential institutional money buying. Is the volume coming in at resistance? It must be a sell. Potential institutional money selling out. So I like to view that volume where it's coming in. And we have a very strong setup here for Micron. And this volume, we haven't seen this volume before for the stock. We're having a very good bounce. We actually rejected from the 40-week moving average. That would be the 200 daily moving average, just translated into the weekly time frame. And where is it that we're bouncing from? If this would be wave 1, we're actually bouncing from the 0.6 Fibonacci retracement. That would be the golden buy zone. All right. We yet do not have confirmation that Marvel is already on a wave 3. I want to be very clear in that. We yet don't have confirmation. Our confirmation, of course, would be breaking above wave 1 top, which would be 85. So Marvel breaking above 85, and I'm absolutely discussing previous all-time highs, even brand new all-time highs somewhere at 140. What I do like is we're also bouncing from the 200 weekly moving average. I want to be honest, we will still need to break the 0 here. And remember what we mentioned on the RSI indicator, right? Here, the stock bottom, right? Our new bull market, when was it a buy? It was a buy once we reach overbought. It was a buy here at net 0, at 50, I'm sorry, at the balance here, see? And then all those retests of balance here on the RSI turn up into higher highs there in price action. So I wouldn't rule out maybe this could still be a 3-point correction. We could still be an A, B, C. Maybe we retest the 0.6 again. But my point is that Marvel stock here would be a great buy setup. And we can actually bring for a minute here the fundamentals. So in TradingView, we can also access some fundamental indicators, which can pretty much give us a quick insight into how the company is going internally. It's not only you always have to also see, besides the technical analysis, what are the indicators. And this just couldn't look stronger for Marvel. Check out total revenue. Total revenue almost 2x here. From April 2024, total revenue for the company was 1.16 billion. We currently have 2.01 billion coming in. This is a massive spike here in revenue. Check here the growth on the stock. So for the growth, what we want to do is not the quarter to quarter, because that might be tricky. What we want to see is the percent here. The stock is growing revenue year over year at 57. That's a massive move for the stock. Operating margin at 14.89, free cash flow at 20.64. The stock looks good. Yes, we do have a bit of debt coming in here, but seems that they're starting kind of pay it. Still, I don't think with the revenue coming in, this debt would be absolute a problem. I do think Marvel Technologies is setting up as a great buy setup, and it's not the only AI hardware stock looking like a great buy setup, as I would like to know if anyone can actually find a more bullish chart than ASML. And check this here. I do think this is probably my top 3 buy setups right now. Thankfully, I was able to actually catch it on Friday before the breakaway gap. Quickly, context here. 5-point count into 5-point correction, into 5-point count, into 5-point correction as well, which brings us to the low on a very extensive macro channel, goes all the way to 2020. It's 5 years we're trading inside this structure. What else do we have? When we actually did the left shoulder, we had massive record history volume on the weekly. Check this volume here. Very important volume. It couldn't look like a stronger buy setup. Then we had an inverse head and shoulders, as if we didn't already had enough bullish signals. We had an inverse head and shoulders. This one is confirming wave 3 because we had wave 1. Wave 2 actually bounced here from the 0.5 to 0.6 Fibonacci retracement. We had a breakaway gap confirming the inverse head and shoulders, confirming wave 2. And here is where it gets tricky. ASML bulls might try to buy the retest of the inverse head and shoulders, and I wouldn't rule it out. All right. ASML at 840 would be a massive buy setup. I would absolutely buy it. I already actually built my position, so I'm just going to hold. But if we retest here, 847, that would be a massive buy for this stock. My personal price target, I think we're going to retest resistance on the channel at 1,215 per share. And let's do here a Fibonacci extension projection, since we already know that wave 2 potentially bottom here. Let's see. If this would be wave 2, okay, all right. We already reached the one at 931. 1.6 would be one. So I do think we're going to maybe top wave 3 in between 1.6 or maybe 2.6. Somewhere in between here, I would be looking for the top in wave 3. Absolutely. Once again, we can see once we flip from oversold to overbought, we bounce from net balance here. I would like to show another stock setup, which I really like a lot. I also invested on this one. I think it was Monday or Tuesday. I don't remember, but it would be Adobe stock here. All right. I'm very bullish on Adobe stock. I would like to be clear with that, even though the stock was not able to do a all-time high on the 2023-2024 bull market. We are actually already kind of completing a 5-point correction, and check this volume. We are bouncing from a structure that goes all the way back to 2019 before COVID. So this is a 6-year structure here. And last time we actually bounced from this structure, we had a massive volume, which brought us almost 100% bull market for the stock. We are basically retesting back this support zone here, and now we have a bullish divergence on the weekly time frame. We got a bullish divergence here. We have, again, is it record volume? No, almost there, record volume, but we have massive volume coming in on the bounce of this support with a bullish divergence on the RSI. Also, the RSI here, the indicator, we're kind of looking like we're going to break above this. So I do think at least I do think Adobe will be having here a bull rally, which could bring us to retest at least the 200 moving average on the weekly chart around 455. That would also be a resistance trend line. Yes, the stock is still in a bear market, of course. We're still lower lows, lower highs, right? We cannot call this yet a bull market, of course not, but it does seem a very good buying opportunity. I do think at least we're retesting 450. If you want me to be honest, I'm actually aiming at their all-time highs resistance trend line somewhere around 550, and I wouldn't be surprised to start a bull market here for the stock. Stock had a very good earnings. They actually had a pretty solid AI roadmap for their software. Fundamentals for the stock are also looking very good. Let me bring it here super quickly. Revenue keeps increasing. Even though growth is not that high, we're still doing double digits growth. We're at 10.72. Operating margin for the stock, it's very good, 36% operating margin, and we got a 36.50 free cash flow ratio. I would be rating Adobe stock like a strong buy. Let me see if we have any requests. I also got one more stock I would like to share, but I would also like to see some requests. So here we have CVX, of course. All right, let's go with CVX, and then we are going to share NTLA, which is, I do think, my top stock here. All right, so we're going here with Chevron, and let's check it out first. Technicals. Okay, well, this is an old chart I have. And let me see what we have. It's evident we have here a resistance trend line. Support is not that clear. I want to be honest. Support is not that clear. Oh, wait a minute. This resistance here. Well, we rejected from an important resistance. We had a 5-point Elliott wave count here. This would be our previous count. I don't even have to bring the Fibonacci here to confirm, because just with this moves, it's pretty obvious. This was a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, now, could this be a 5-point correction? 1, 2, 3, a bit forced. I'm not sure we could call this a 5-point count, a 5-point correction. The RSI, it's also not looking that clear. Also not looking that clear. I would think if we break above 165, we could be discussing a stronger setup, but I don't think the technicals are looking that clear, honestly. Let me check here the fundamentals. The fundamental indicators, I like to call them. Where is CVX? One second. Let me check it here. No, all right, I wouldn't be bullish here. What is the reason? Revenue is not increasing. So revenue actually topped at 65 billion on June 2022. So revenue is not increasing. Actually, growth, we're declining, 10% growth down. Operating margin and cash flow, well, a bit there, almost around double digits. We do got a bit of debt, but with 44 revenue, 25 billion debt, I wouldn't think that's a problem. So no, in this case, I would say longs. I would say buying here would get invalidated because of the revenue. I don't like when I see stocks that, you know, revenue is decreasing, even though maybe the chart might look good. There's so many stocks that are looking like a discount with strong revenue. For example, the ones we saw for, let me go here, ASML. Check here 1 second. Remember we discussed that chart for ASML. Where is this? This would be right here. Check revenue for ASML. Revenue continues increasing. Growth year over year, 30%. We got 34% operating margin. Free cash flow, it's kind of at balance. That is true, but we don't got any debt. So I would understand they are actually reinvesting much of their profits. So in this case, you know, I would focus on stocks that are showing that growth. So what I like to do is I like to go at stocks with growth, strong growth, double digits, and the stock is looking like an oversold. Imagine those that strong growth against this chart. The same for Marvel. Marvel has a 57% growth on revenue year over year. And check where the stock is. Stock could easily hit resistance at 150. My personal price target, I do think we're going to do like 1, 2, 3, 4, somewhere, and 5. I'm very bullish on Marvel. And I would like to show now my favorite stock setup. I have been discussing this one a lot on our sessions here in Benzinga. And basically, this is my final argument. It would be NTLA stock. I do think I must be the most bullish on NTLA out there in the internet. I absolutely discuss NTLA with everyone. You know, like every time I meet someone, hey, what's up? What's up, NTLA? That's what's up. I mean, look at this volume here. This monthly volume, honestly, it should just, you know, like be printed and hanged on there on any trading room that exists on the world. This monthly volume here for NTLA coming in at this all-time lows resistance, I think I haven't seen a stronger buy setup just on the technicals. All right, now we're going to show the fundamentals, which are more risky. But of course, it's more risky because the stock just has too much upside potential. Fundamentals are not yet strong. All right, it would be a projection, but the technicals, it's implying someone knows what's going on here. So this type of volume, it can only be signaled by institutional money. Check our previous volume here. See how this volume was at all-time highs? This was actually institutional money selling. We can prove that happened. Now, do we think institutional money is selling here? No, I absolutely think they're buying it. We have 5 record candlesticks. All right, our 5 previous month here all the way to May 2025. All these monthly candlesticks independently have the highest trading activity in all this stock's history. Right when we were there at previous all-time low, the stock is actually, I do think it's like major holders. I think it's RKK 11%. Then we got BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard, basically major holders. So it does have a lot of strong institutional support behind it. Insider buy-in to insider selling. It's strongly insider buy-in the past 6 months. Makes sense, insider buy-in here with this volume. And we are breaking out from a descending wedge pattern on the monthly time frame. All the stocks we have seen are weekly time frame. This one here is monthly. For NTLA, this setup here is very, very strong. We can see those candlesticks increasing. Now let's go 1 second into the weekly. 1 second into the weekly. I mean, check this volume on the weekly. We're flipping the 40-week moving average. We're flipping the 40-week moving average. That would be the 200 moving average, and I'm absolutely calling the bottom here. Absolutely calling the bottom for the stock. The 40-week moving average, the 200 daily moving average is the same, depends on what time frame you check it, was our resistance through all this 3-year bull market for the stock. First rejection, second rejection, third, fourth. And now we flip it, and not only that, we retested the 40-week moving average as support, and we confirmed that support with a higher high. Not only any higher high, a higher high with massive volume here. I just couldn't be more bullish on NTLA. My personal price target at least would be the 200 weekly moving average. Right now at 36, maybe we reach it a bit smaller. Of course, this is a declining moving average because of previous price history. I do think we just started wave 1 for the stock. I do think we're doing like 1, 2, 3, 4. And I know I might sound crazy, but I do think this stock is going to all-time highs. We're currently at 16. And well, I'm very bullish on the stock. I do think it's already clear. We're currently at 16 per share. As crazy as that sounds, I do think we're reaching that level. What is my argument? Let me show you where this happened the same. All right, this is the monthly chart. Okay, check that volume. Remember, I always brought here the Carvana chart, and let me show you how it developed for Carvana. All right, so Carvana, basically impossible is nothing. The stock went from 24 to 370. From 370, we dropped all the way to $6 per share. And what happened at $6 per share? Who stepped in? The institutional volume on the monthly time frame. Check this completely dead candlesticks. I think absolutely no one was actually bullish in this stock. I didn't even knew this trick on the monthly time frame by then. And we saw this massive volume coming in when the stock was basically dead at the monthly volume. And what at the all-time lows, basically this strong monthly volume. And what happened? From 6 to 388. All right, $6 to 388. Let's go back here to NTLA. Check that volume. Remember that volume, where it comes. It didn't came here. It didn't came here. No, institutional money is not rushing in here. You can see the volume. Retail is trying to chase Carvana here. Institutional money build their position here. So where are the other buys? Absolutely, NTLA. Absolutely. I'm very bullish on NTLA here. This would be one of my strongest setups. And CRISPR, yes, I do see we have a request for CRISPR. We got 3 minutes. And that brings me, of course, to CRISPR. I also have a position for CRISPR. I'm an investor on genomics. I think all our sessions I've been discussing genomics. And CRISPR, I do think this is an accumulation range. I do think this is an accumulation range. We can also kind of, we can also kind of draw here an accumulation cycle on the lows here. This big spikes on volume, see? That was institutional money. They were doing it on these lows. We can bet, but I do think we're not going to do another bottom. I do think we're already breaking out. I do think that that we are already on wave 1. Let me go into the weekly. Into the weekly, it does look a bit better. Check this volume here. I do think this is wave 1. We are basically about to break the 200 weekly moving average. All right, still I don't have confirmation that we already bottom on wave 2 and that we are already on wave 3. This could still be an ABC correction for the stock, ABC. But my point is that CRISPR stock would be a great buy setup. this already looks like wave one. Honestly, the question is, has wave two already ended? Are we already on wave three? I wouldn't rule it out. I do think odds favor we are already on wave three. That this is an ABC correction on this breakout. On this breakout above the moving average, we're having also insane volume. So I do think at least CRISPR is going to 97, but I do think we're going into all-time highs. Just one thing, CRISPR and NTLA, they not yet have any commercial products. CRISPR actually was the first genomic stocks to have an FDA approval for their therapies. So of course, this is not like Marvel, ASML, which are stocks with a nice revenue growth year over year. CRISPR and TLA, those genomic stocks are very high risk setups and high reward as well. So of course, if looking to invest into the genomic sector, of course, don't forget to manage risk accordingly, as these do have a lot of upside potential, but they are not established stocks here. There would still be very risky setups. So that will be all with our time for today. I would like to thank everyone for your participation, for your attendance. As always, I would like to thank Ryan and the Benzinga team for inviting us here on Fridays to do a live trading session. I'm Coach Paulo from Trading Made Simple. You can find more about what we do at tradingmadesimple.org. We have live trading sessions. We have automated alerts for members who cannot actively trade the market, all based on data-driven, strong technical analyses. We got AI-powered tools such as the TradingTix AI bot and plenty other features. Don't forget to visit our website, tradingmadesimple.org. That will be all for today. Thank you, Benzinga, and I hope we all have a great trading session. Don't look to 4 straights today on quad witching. Let's see how the market opens next Monday. Thank you, everyone. I hope this was a nice session.